Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2022 FIBA Women's Candidates. I'm Women FIDE Master Alessia Santero, and I'm here today with the amazing Women International Master Anna Maya.
Thank you so much, Alessia. Good morning, everyone. Hello. I hope you're as excited as we are because the Women's Candidates is one of the most important and exciting events in women's chess. Alessia, how excited are you for this event?
Well, it's the first time I commentate the FIDE Women's Candidates, so I'm super excited. I've been looking into what players used to play the previous matchup, and there is lots of tension on the air, so I'm definitely excited about seeing what is going to happen today.
Absolutely. Now let's have a look at the previous world champions. So basically this event will determine eventually who is going to be the world champion. So let's have a look, Alessia. So we see that Alexander Kosteniuk, one of the participants in the women's candidate who is also playing today, used to be a world champion between 2008 and 2010. And we also have Hao Yifan, who won the world championship, the women's world championship, quite a few times. And it's really awesome to see that there are a lot of Chinese players that won the Women's World Championship, but also from Ukraine and from Russia.
Yes, they are super. I feel like these are the big names in the women's world. And it's nice to see that Alexandra Kosteniuk is fighting to be world champion one more time after a few years of break. Let's put it that way. So I am really excited to see who will be the one to face the current world champion, and we will see it today or in the next days.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's important to note that Alexander Kosteniuk has been playing super well recently. She won the Women's World Cup, and she had also a great performance in the FIDE World Rapid Blitz tournament. So really happy to see her in action, especially since she's also a streamer. So it was really awesome to see her perform so well while streaming at the same time.
Yeah, Alexandra Kosteniuk is a multitasking woman. She's content creator, streamer, commentator, chess player at the highest level. I mean, she's mom also. I've met her in Bern when the daughter was playing a tennis tournament, and she's a busy woman, but also she does amazing in her chess career too. So she's definitely great.
Amazing. Let's have a look at the bracket of this event. So we first had Pool A playing, and from that we had a winner, and Lei Ting-ji became the winner of Pool A. She will be facing the winner of Pool B, which we are looking at today. We have 4 players in Pool B. Alexandra Goryachkina is playing versus Alexander Kosteniuk, and we have Katerina Lagno versus Tang Zhongyi. What do you make of these matches, Alessia?
Whoa, they are very, very tense. Honestly, it's really unpredictable who will win, who will advance. I would say everyone can advance. If I really need to pick somebody, I don't pick anybody because it's just too unpredictable.
I agree.
Yeah. I think like from the rating point of view, Goryachkina has the possibility to be the favorite, but every matchup is so close. And I see that soon the games are about to start. The players are already facing each other, so something is soon about to be there.
Yeah, amazing. Before we jump into the game size, of course, the games are going to start in a couple of minutes, but we still have a lot to talk about. Let's talk about the prizes of this event because there's also a huge prize fund. And let's have a look. We have 60,000 euros for the champion of this event. And the second place goes to the second place wins 50,000 euros. That's a lot of money right there, Alessia.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I would take any of this prize because, of course, it's in many countries is like the wage for a full year. So it's definitely not bad prizes, and it's nice to see that women's chess gets supported in some very juicy ways.
Yeah, it's amazing prize fund, and it's really awesome that FIDE is providing this prize fund, obviously. And those players deserve it. They are the best of the best in women's chess, and they are working so hard. So we will see today who will take the lead or maybe not in their matches. Let's have a look at the format of this event, because this format, we see a lot of speed chess online. We also have the speed chess championship going on currently, but this event is an over the board classical event with a time control of 90 minutes plus 30 minutes after move 40, and there's every single move 30 seconds of increment. So we're in here for a long ride, Alessia.
Absolutely. And we are right now at the semifinals of the FIDE Women's Candidates 8-player single elimination bracket knockout. Winner plays Yu Wenjun, the current world champion. Each match is 4 games, and the first to get to 2.5 points wins the match. The time control is classical chess, so 90 minutes plus 30 seconds of increment after each move, and then after move 40, there are an extra 30 minutes on the clocks, which are very important in order to face the last phase of the game.
Absolutely. And you got to make sure that you reach those 40 moves, because we have seen, I'm not sure if you've experienced it yourself, Alessia, but me, myself, I have managed to flag before move 40. I did know that on move 40 I will get extra time, but sometimes the stress just takes over and you just cannot make your moves anymore, or it becomes so complicated. So, yeah, have you ever experienced anything like this regarding time control problems?
Well, of course, the flag is always there, always behind the corner in online chess, but also in OTB. It seems like, okay, you have plenty of time, but at one point, the critical moments are there. There are few moves left for move 40, and you have very few times, 1 minute, 2 minutes on the clock, and you have just 30 seconds, 30 extra seconds after every move. And if you think like 1 second too much, the time is suddenly over. So yes, I have experienced something like that too.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy how time goes by so quickly. I mean, we're all so used to online chess where you have like 2 seconds increment or just 1 second, maybe even, and that's more than enough to survive in the game. But all of a sudden, when you have 30 seconds over the board, it feels like a lot, but it actually isn't. It can go by so quickly, and you also have to make sure that you write down your moves every single move. You cannot just pass a move and then start writing a few moves in a row. You have to keep writing, and that's also adding a bit of a different element to over the board chess.
Absolutely. And talking about that, I think today we will give some tips about time management. So how you can avoid to spend way too much time on some moments and to keep your time up. Oh, here we see the handshake and the games have just started. Oh
All
my God. What
right.
do you think will be the first move? I see already
I
Alexander
see
Kosteniuk.
it. She's opening
Yes.
with e4. Let's see what Alexandra Goryachkina is going to play. Okay, she plays the move e5. Is
And
this
you know,
her repertoire?
yeah, I was exactly going to predict this. I've seen what the
Oh,
players were playing. Oh my God. Oh yeah, this is the other game and this d4, c5, and d5. Uh, so uh, so let's stay on this game for a second because I have something interesting to say about it. So here we have, with the white pieces, we have Tan Zongyi, and with the black pieces, we have Katerina Lagno. Um, and Katerina Lagno is a huge expert of the Grunfeld, but
hmm.
something has already changed. She played e6 and d5. So she went for some very solid approach, I would say. She's a huge
Okay.
expert of the Grunfeld, but today she played e6, d5.
Okay, so we do have the Queen's Gambit on that board, so let's see what Tan is going to do there. It's really awesome to see, by the way, that we see the players live. We have the live feed, so you can see the moves in real time. It feels much more different than when you're looking at the board online and you see the pieces in 2D. Now you see them in 3D and you see the actual players play them, and it feels more natural.
I agree. I feel like if the position is too messy, it's better the 2D board because if not, it's hard to follow. But for the first moves, it's just amazing because you can see the real board with a few moves, and you can also get some impression from the camera and what players are experiencing right now. And now we are back. We have also the 2D board, and Yes, soon we will talk also about the next matchup. So we have Alexandra Kosteniuk against um, uh, Alexandra Goryachkina. And here I was not sure about what to predict. There was the
Okay.
possibility of e4, e5 for sure. Goryachkina has played lots of French. You will love this in online
Aha!
chess.
Yes, we'd love to hear that. Absolutely, yeah. As a French lover, a French expert, I'm happy to hear that. But today she decided to push the pawn one move forward with the move e5, and yeah, they decided to play the Berlin, but Kosteniuk decided to not allow this to happen. So if you don't play the move d3, you're allowing knight takes e4, and this could lead to our one of the most famous openings in online chess, the Berlin defense. And we all know how that ends, but Alexander Kosteniuk is not having that d3. And that's how you stop it right away. And it's also one of those moves that you don't want to go to martial type of positions. Quickly, how to go to martial type of position. It's with those moves that you play d5 and you get a huge attack. So basically, if you play, let's say short castle, that's one of the possible moves. A6 was one of the main moves, bishop a4, and then b5, bishop b3. I'm just making some moves here. And there are possibilities, there are positions where black goes for the move d5. It gets really sharp, really unpleasant. Let's say c3, and let's make a move for black first, c3, and then d5. There's type of positions here that can be really annoying to deal with. Have you have experience with this, Alessia?
Absolutely. Instead of d5, try to put two more moves. Put first castle for black and then rook e1. And now d5.
Okay,
Because after
fantastic.
this, the pawn on e5, it will be hanging. So we take on d5, knight takes, and now white has the chance to win a pawn. And this is the spirit of the marshal, and the marshal attack is a gambit. So you sacrifice the pawn on e5, white can take on e5, knight takes back, the rook goes on e5, and now suddenly the game can go on with moves. We need to protect the knight. So either bishop b7 or c6. C6 is the main move. Then there is bishop d6, the queen goes on h4. There are all these ideas, and black can organize a very quick attack against the king. This can be very sharp and very scary. Honestly, I would never want to play this with white. What about you, Anamaya?
When I was younger, I used to play this a lot, and I still have nightmares from this opening. Look at the development of white over here. There's just no development, and not only do you not have any development, it's so hard to develop the pieces. Like you have to manage to play d4 and then develop the bishop somewhere. Like I don't really see a nice square for his bishop. Do you go to d2? That looks a bit silly to me. So you have to find a way to develop your pieces, and it's so difficult to see here. And at the same time, black is attacking you on the king, and you don't have any pieces on the king side. So it is really risky to go for this opening. And for this reason, d3 is one of the moves that you want to play in this line to avoid any of this. Not only are you avoiding the Berlin, but also a potential martial attack. Because like this, if they still go for the same idea, at least your bishop can develop and your knight can develop, and it looks much better and it feels much better to play.
Yeah, let's move on. Let's see when I want to say also some psychological background of the move d3. Basically, you are avoiding lots of theory, lots of lines that have been studied for years, and they are very clear, and that leads to positions that are considered a bit dry, so where it's very hard to push for a win. And so the psychological background of the move d3 is, hey, I'm there to play for a win. And this is what Alexandra Kosteniuk wants to show to Goryachkina right now. She's here to play a game, to develop her pieces, and to try to get her chances to win the game.
Absolutely. So let's have a look. Bishop c5 was played. Seems like one of the main moves to me, developing the bishop to an active square. Typically, it's also being played to e7, but c5 seems perfectly fine. And Alexandra took on c6. What do you think of this move, Alessia?
I really like this move. I'm unlucky that I played this with white. I am an e4 player and I played Spanish, so I know about the idea and the plans, also the new moves. And bishop d6 is just very typical move. You give away your bishop pair in an open position, which is not always what is recommended to do, but what are you doing? You are creating a weakness. Look at those pawns, the pawns doubled on the c file. They are a long-term weakness and they're going to be there for a long time. Also, the pawn on e4, on e5 is a target. That pawn cannot be protected by other pawn than the f pawn, which usually is not a pawn that you should be pushing easily. You should be very careful.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard for black to coordinate all the pieces in order to protect the e5 pawn. And also the bishops are not really super active right now. And the idea of white is that you can maneuver with your knight. For example, this knight d2, I think she played Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Correct. Knight b2 was
Yeah,
played.
not the knight is very sneaky. There are so many options. They are all possible plans. Knight might go on b3, attacking directly the bishop on c5. The knight might go on c4, attacking one more time the pawn on e5. The knight might also go towards another direction, f1, g3, and then maybe towards f5 even, and go for an attack against the king if they castle on the king side. So it's a move that is not telling anything still. It's like everything is still possible, and you don't know where to place the bishop on c1, so you first go with the knight. Also, you don't know if you will castle short or long. I've seen some games where white plays knight out on c4 or b3, then queen e2, bishop out, and all keeping the possibility to castle both short or long. And you know, if
Mm-hmm.
you go for long castle, what is gonna happen, no?
Yeah, we will most likely see a kingside attack from White's perspective, and probably a queenside attack on from Black's perspective. So that will be really exciting to see. There will be a lot of action on the board there. But both players decided to go for short castle, and I want to quickly point out that Goryachkina played the move knight d7, which is a very unusual move. It's moving another piece, the same piece twice in the opening, and it's a little bit weaker. It feels like a little bit passive, but it had a perfect reason to protect the pawn on e5 that was under attack. And apparently, this is one of the best ways to defend it. And it is also giving black the option, in case short castle happened, to push the pawn to f5. This is one of the main ideas in this opening, to push f5, gain a lot of space on this side of the board. And yeah, I'm curious to see how black will continue here, because as you mentioned, the double pawns make it so difficult for black to play here, and the bishops don't really have good squares available. I mean, the bishop on c5 is well placed, but what's it actually doing there? It's not really doing much. It's just looking at the pawn on f2, and there's no real attack going on there.
Yes, you're completely right on this. It's hard for black to bring in an harmonious way all the pieces. And white instead, is doing amazing. Now the knight goes on c4, you're attacking one more time, the pawn on e5, the bishop is ready to go out, the king is castled, the pawn structure is safe, and everything is harmonious for white. Of
Mm-hmm.
course, black has the bishop here. That could be an advantage long term, but I would say this position, for all the reason we'd say, is dynamically balanced. Doesn't mean equal, which is very different. Is not equal and going to end up in a draw, but there are possibility for each side to show that they are the best side, to prevail on the other, because there are differences. And so it's gonna be a game that I think we will see a fight here, no?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And yeah, Kosteniuk is already attacking the pawn on e5. What do you do about this? I guess you have the option to play rook e8, but it defeats the purpose of the idea to play f5. And it will become really difficult to see where black's development is. I mean, this bishop is still stuck on c8. Perhaps their move f6 comes also to mind to defend the pawn, but as we mentioned earlier, you don't really want to play f6. It feels weakening, and it feels a little bit passive as well. So okay, so she plays the move rook e8. All right, it makes sense in on hindsight. I mean, you want to play knight f8 maybe at some point to maneuver the knight to g6. It's a really creative way to play this position.
Yeah, I really like the idea you suggested, the move f5, because it's an aggressive idea. You want to break through to open the f file and maybe start to attack. But there are also some problems about that move. The pawn on e5 will be weak and cannot be protected by any pawn. So it's hard to make these moves. These moves, like I say that the pawn is like marriage. You never go back. Well, actually, marriage you can divorce. It's even, it's even more committing. Uh,
I like what you did there, and yeah, I agree. It all has to do with the fact that black has those doubled pawns. With if the doubled pawns were not there, if this pawn was still on, for example, d6, if it was on d6, it would have been a complete different story. But I agree with you. This pawn e5 can become a huge weakness, and you have to be really careful with your pawns now. And Kosteniuk now plays the move king h1. This is a prophylactical move, and it basically wants to step out of the diagonal of the bishop in order for the pawn to push to f4. And I'm really excited to see how the game will develop here, as I'm sensing a king side attack from White's perspective.
Yeah, this move king h1 is really saying, hey, I'm gonna push f4 one day. I don't know when, I don't know how, but one day that move is gonna happen. And I loved your plan you suggested with knight f8, knight g6. It's like, finally black finds harmony. So the knight on g6 defends perfectly the pawn on e5. The bishop, the light square bishop, can go out maybe on g4 or on e6. And then you're ready to bring the queen out to connect the rooks. And in a way, you did your homeworks. Now you did everything you should do in the opening. Bring your pieces out, connect the rooks, castle your king, and then you're going on to the second phase, make a plan, and understand where to lead your pieces, where to lead your attack, or just how to improve slowly your position.
Exactly, and that's exactly how you should approach your game. Now, they have a lot of time to spend on their games, and obviously there goes a lot of time into preparation, so it's much easier than when you just play a blitz game and the things go south really quickly. But yeah, this is how you should play your game. Simply develop your pieces and find a plan. And it's easier to see White's plan in this position because the plans are really straightforward, and it's really hard for Black to stop you from doing those plans. Whereas Black has to respond to them, and as you can see, it is gonna take some time for Black to reconsolidate. I mean, this, as we mentioned, knight f8, knight g6, it takes some time, and you also have to keep an eye on your pawn on e5. So I'm curious to see what Goryachkina is going to play, and how she will continue, what her plan is in this position, because it's not so easy. You might say because she has the double pair of bishops, you might say it's easier for her to play and she should have an advantage, but I'm a big fan of those knights over here. I see the future of those knights, and not so for the bishops.
Okay, let's try to make a move that is, again, very committing. Those two knights are very strong, so maybe we might think, okay, what about kicking one away with the move b5? What do you think of this move? I'm a bit skeptical, I say.
I agree. It feels natural, as in, okay, there's a piece that is attacking one of my pieces and also really getting close to my territory. But the problem with the move b5, I would say, is that your pawn on c6 is very vulnerable. It cannot be defended by any pawn anymore whatsoever. And I feel like after move knight a5, it will be very difficult to keep defending the pawn. I mean, obviously there's moves like queen f6 where you can defend the pawn on c6 easily, but it doesn't feel right. I don't think this will be beneficial in the long term. Maybe for now it's doable and fine, but it feels like you should not play such moves. It goes against the rules of chess. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. From it feels a move that is leaving weaknesses, and that's coming back to what I said before. Pawns are never going back, so every time you push a pawn, make sure that you don't leave long-term weaknesses, because they are a target for the next move, but also for the next 40 moves. It's not gonna change. So I like the suggestion of somebody from the chat, Humidity, that suggested the move a5 first, which has some ideas I really like. Now you might want to expand on the queen side with the move b5, and you're not allowing the knight to go on a5. So you just say, go back home. I really like this suggestion. It's interesting.
I like it as well. A5, it's setting the tone and the position that black wants to put pressure on the queen side, and now b5 seems much more clear. It has a clear plan, and it's not allowing your opponent to really enter your territory as much. And this knight has to retreat, and obviously it still has a lot of squares available. You can go to e3 and then go to f5 if you want to, but yeah, it definitely looks much better for black to push on the queen side, and it will be much easier to solve this problem as well. You might be able to play c5, c4, and yeah, it will be a big party for black on the queen side.
Yeah, absolutely. And also a weakness is a real weakness is you if you can attack. So if you push now b5 in this situation, how is white gonna attack that pawn ever? Is not going to happen. So it's very hard. It's just very hard to imagine. So in these cases, when a weakness is very hard to be attacked, sometimes they say it's not really actually, it's not a real weakness even. So you can do these moves in cases that you create some kind of potential weakness, but there is no actual way to do it, to exploit it. So it can be in these cases an option. I have a question for you about the time control. So Goryachkina was before this move, she had similar time as Alexandra. They were thinking about 1 minute to 30 seconds, which is a clear indication that we're still in preparation. Now Goryachkina, for the first moment, is starting to think. Is king h1 a move that she didn't expect?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I would say that King H1 is one of the main moves, and it has a clear plan. It's a pretty common move in Dury Lopez, I would say. So I have a feeling maybe she's calculating like, okay, what do I do next? Maybe she was expecting moves like Bishop E3, more committing move and the move that you need to respond to right away. But yeah, it's interesting to see that she's spending quite some time. Maybe she's trying to figure out how to continue this position. Perhaps one of her plan was to, as we mentioned, knight f8, knight g6, but you cannot play that right now. So is she thinking of defending this pawn by, for example, queen e7? Even if that doesn't really help, and you need to keep your knight on d7 to defend.
Yeah, bishop d6 is another move that is unnatural, but is a typical way to defend in this kind of structured pawn. Of course, you're offering white the possibility to take back the bishop here, but at which cost you will have a safe pawn structure again, because you take with the pawn, and now the pawn structure is again very symmetrical. Each side is a knight and a bishop, opposite color bishop, which makes us smell some kind of possible drawish endgame. But you're still far away. But of course, this position would be very, very stable. And now there are not anymore these differences that could lead to a balanced position, but to a position where each side can fight for a win, but would be more leading towards a draw, I would say.
I agree. And actually, we see a move on the board. B6 has been played by Alexandra. A really surprising move. It's not very committing to much. It's not attacking. It's not putting pressure on the queen side, but it's simply giving space to this bishop, and it feels a bit shaky for this bishop on c5. Now, if you would tell me that I have to develop the bishop, for example, from f8 to c5, I don't want to do that. And now that the bishop is on c5, it feels misplaced. I want to put it back, actually.
Yeah, I agree, because with b6, you've removed a square for that bishop, so the bishop doesn't feel anymore so comfortable to stay there. And but on the other side, how are you going to attack? b4 is not yet a move, so probably that bishop is fine for a couple of moves, and worst case it can go back on d6 as we said before, or on f8, and there are some possibility. I'm trying to figure out what is like the reason behind the move b6, and where do you want to move? What is your next move? Is bishop b7? Is bishop a6?
Yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah, in the chat, it is mentioned that now white can maybe go for a4, a5. I'm guessing after the move a4, black could reply with the move a5, and it feels like you're fixing the pawn structure on the queen side. Maybe she doesn't want to weaken this pawn on c6 just as much, because if the pawn is still on b6, they can still help each other a little bit. But if the pawn is on b5, obviously you're basically saying farewell to your pawn on c6, and it has to continue on its own. So yeah, I'm also curious to see if the bishop will be developed to a6. Maybe she's fine trading the bishop for this knight on c4. It could be an idea that she's going for, as it's really hard to see how she can develop this bishop properly in the next few moves. Other than, for example, like playing f6 and then moving the knight, then moving the bishop finally. And yeah, perhaps she's seeing more potential on this diagonal.
Yes, and talking about the f6 move, we said that f6 you always have to be careful, and please be careful about pushing the f pawn,
Yeah.
because it's a very vulnerable point since the first moves, and it's very close to your king. So if that pawn, if that point is weak, the f2, the f7 square, you're gonna have serious problem. Then Falco says never push f3, never push f6, and he's probably right. But in some cases, you can do this move if you're sure, like 100, actually 1,000,000%, that is not gonna be a problem for your king. And this, in this case, this move is a possibility because there is no light square bishop that can take advantage of the weakened diagonal a2 g8. So it's okay and it's possible in this position. And mostly, again, be careful, kids. Don't try this at home.
Yes, good one. I see a lot of beginners play this move f6 because they think it's one of the main moves to defend the pawn on e5. But in reality, it's one of the worst moves to play to defend your pawn e5 because it weakens your king so much, as you mentioned. And yeah, indeed, luckily there is no light squared bishop for white here, so there's not a lot of danger on this diagonal. But you still have to be careful here because basically one of the main squares in this position is the square f5. So if white gets the knight to f5 without being captured, it might be really difficult for black to deal with this. Fortunately for black, after knight h4, you can always play knight f8, and the bishop is protecting the square on f5. And after knight a5, you have to be careful for bishop takes f5 moves, and it weakens a lot, and it seems like black can easily consolidate here. So yeah, you have to be careful with these moves, and you have to keep in mind that if you play f6, you have to keep an eye on your light squares, at least.
I want to mention something about that I just saw in the live board. I'm the same age of Goryachkina, so I've been playing European and World Championship for so long. And one thing that always scared me is that Goryachkina stares you in your eyes when she's waiting for him. She's really like this, staring at you in a way that, I'm always been super scared of facing her. And I've seen this in the live board right now, and I couldn't stop myself from saying that. She plays with her mind, but also with her eyes. Do you do this? How are you, OTB?
Yeah, good question. I don't know. I don't really like staring my opponent. I feel like I'm not only intimidating my opponent but also myself because they stare back. They're going to look back at you, and you have this moment where you look in the opponent's eyes for a second, and when they look back, you're like, oh no, I have to look somewhere else. I have this kind of attitude, so I don't really like staring at my opponents. But I do sometimes look at them to see how they feel, and if I can get a glimpse of their attitude and how they feel about the position. Sometimes it's easy to read on someone's face how they feel about the position, and that goes to show how psychological chess actually is, especially over the board, because not only are you playing on the board, but you're also having like this mental psychological fight with your opponent.
Yeah, this is totally true. And I'm with you that I always feel like very ashamed, if I somehow have eye contact with my opponent, I feel like super shy, and I just look somewhere else. But yeah, I mean, Goryachkina is a fighter, and in Chesscom was saying she plays with her mind, but also with her eyes and also with her hands. She's like super talented.
Exactly. You gotta be sharp in all of those fields to play chess well, because yeah, it's a whole different thing to be ready psychologically And it's interesting that you mentioned that you're the same age as Alexandra. Did you ever play against her in those events, the European or World Youth Championships?
Oh no, I never had the chance, but right
Oh.
now, I see that there is a zoom of on her eyes. Really, there is a zoom, and sometimes she looks at the board, and then she looks at the opponent, and then back and forward, and it's very scary.
Yeah, I also had some situations where my opponent was just staring at me, and I'm like, you know, even when you look back, they don't look away, or I don't know. It can be really intimidating, and some people can actually get terrified of this, or can really get scared, or they get distracted even. So I mean, you gotta do what you can do, right? And it might just work and give you some advantage in the game. Obviously. Nah, I don't. I hope that you know in the chat people will be like, okay, I need to stare my opponent now. That would be a bit too much, but yeah, it's definitely really interesting.
No, I think she doesn't do like I have to stare my
Yeah,
opponent. It's
yeah.
just how she plays. And she plays this since 2008, since she was 10 years old. I remember this. I played like 10 maybe World or European Championship in the same category as her because she's 1998, the same age as me. So we have like played all the women European or World Championship together. And why it was always like she was always first board, of course, or second board, or first few boards. I was looking at those boards, and she was always like, "Oh my god, I wish I never play against her in my life because I'm afraid."
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. It actually reminds me, now that you mention it, I believe I played in the World Youth Championships in 2012. And I remember one of our members in our delegation, Dutch delegation, Lisa Schut, she played in the same category, I believe, as Alexandra Goryachkina. I believe that's when she became a world champion, Alexandra, while she was playing in the category girls under 18. I don't know. I haven't checked this stat 100% for sure, but I do remember that there was some tie on the first place, or that Alexandra became first place for sure. But that goes to show she was playing in categories that were, I mean, she could play it obviously as she was younger, but she was much younger than her competitors in that field. I mean, 2012, that's like 10 years ago.
Yeah, she was like saying, "I'm just too strong for my age. I need to play against like older ladies. If not, it's not fun for me." And I think it's a very good approach, honestly. She was always like the top one in her age. So for her, like was all the pressure on winning and maybe playing in a higher category, she could face stronger opponent and just learn faster. And that's why it's always good to play against stronger player because we can learn so much faster and so much more from players that are stronger than us, other than players that are less stronger than us.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that she even won that tournament is just crazy. It goes to show how strong she is already from such a young age. The players are now spending quite some time in this position. So I suggest that we have a look at the other game. We haven't been able to look at this game just yet between Tan Zhongyi and Katerina Lagno. Let's have a look. What's going on here? We missed the start of this, but they played already quite some moves. Let's see how the beginning was. So they played d4, d5, c4, e6, the Queen's Gambit. So this position always gives you a solid it's a solid approach in the game. How do you feel about this opening yourself, Alessia?
Well, this opening is like the history of chess. Is played so many times. There are so many classical games. There are like I feel like is very solid opening right now because there is just lots of material. You can study this so much. You can study the moves. You can study the plans. You can study what after the opening, what's after the middle game. What about some end games that even happens after some typical moves? So it's really there is lots of chess theory about this opening, and it's just so rich that every time there is just another story. So I'm just excited to see what is the story that the players are gonna show us today.
Yeah, I agree. Sadly, when I play with a black piece against the opening, there's only one story, and that's me being sad about, my passive position. And yeah, I start to miss, the French, where I feel like there's, I mean, in my positions, when I get play the French, it's much more exciting. But yeah, it makes me wish that this pawn was not here, but here. But can't wish for everything. But I'm curious to see indeed what the players will go for. So let's see, knight c3, knight f6. And after c takes e5, e takes e5. Okay, so Tan is going for this trade on d5 early on. Typically, they keep the tension on this pawn on d5. They keep the tension in the center, and they define a position later. But like this, she's allowing this bishop to develop early on. And yeah, it's designing the position pretty early already. But this is one of the main positions in the Queen's Gambit, of course, where white is still getting a lot of solid play and a lot of activity. And black, I mean, there is a lot of open squares available for the pieces. The pieces are able to develop easily, but it's still, you have to still be really careful. Because white basically has this open C file, you're able to put pressure on the C file, and that can give some problems. So let's see how the game went on. Bishop g5, c6. This is all very standard. Are you experiencing this line, Alessia?
Um, uh, I'm about to say I'm experiencing everything, but would be a huge line. So I have some knowledge because I played also d45, and I feel like this line, everybody knows a bit about this line because it's just so typical. I play like knight f6, e6 right now, but I've played for years d5. So I mean, I know some plans. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, makes sense. I'm not a d4 player, but I've played this line a lot with black pieces, and I can tell you that there's more fun things in chess than this line.
I can get it. I mean, I feel like I started like this because when I started play chess, I started like very standard. So my coach was always focused on let me understand the classical chess. So I always played e45 and d45. And I think it's like a very good way to get into chess because like this, you study the classic, you learn how to develop in a standard way your pieces, how to get your pieces out to castle your king, and to just understand the first initial plans on the middle game. So it can be a very easy way to start playing chess and a very structured way. And then you can go for craziness. And this is now extreme for in my case because I play even g4 one move, first move. But I feel it's good to learn the basic and then to move on to play some more let's say exciting crazy openings, but learn the basic first because like this you are all going to feel comfortable also in some incredible messy position that can arise from other openings.
Absolutely. So let's see, bishop e7, bishop d3, short castle. Okay, those moves are very standard, very normal. Not much to talk about them. Knight g to e2. So instead of the traditional knight f3 development, you typically want to put your pieces forward and towards the center. This is also developing, of course, knight to e2. But it's unusual, let's put it that way, because we're so used to the move knight f3. Now it goes to e2. What do you think is the idea behind the move knight to e2 instead of knight f3?
I'm so lucky that during the Olympiad, we were discussing this position with Grandmaster Arthur Snickchens, and I want to give a huge shout out to him because we were discussing about there are so much subtleties. All the moves that you mentioned seems like standard moves, but actually there is a reason about every move. So there is a reason why, for example, if we can go a few moves back, why white plays bishop d3 instead of knight f3. It feels like, okay, it's the same, but actually there is a reason. And bishop d3 is playing against bishop on f5. Also, there is a reason. Why does white play the move c6 and not bishop f5? Let's go another few moves ahead. Before,
Yep.
sorry. So once I think
c6 was played
c6.
here. Yes.
Why is this move played so early? And of course you want to reinforce the pawn on d5, the idea is that at any point you want to be able to move the bishop on f5 out. And then your pawn on b7 and your pawn on d5 will not be both under attack. Because let's put it that way. Let's put the pawn back and let's play bishop f5.
Yeah.
Now look at the pawn on d5 and the pawn on b7. They are both under attack. And so this is a problem because move like queen b3 can be a possibility. And this is like danger, very big danger. So you need to avoid that. And that's why the move order seems like, okay, every move is easy, but not. You need to be very precise. You play first c6, and then you go with the bishop out. The bishop on e7 first. And now we understand a bit of the moves. And now bishop d3 is made to avoid the bishop on f5. That would be very active. Now let's go to the last move you asked, the knight on e2. And basically this knight just gives some more possibilities. Since he's a more passive knight, but this knight might go to f4, might go to g3, and might make easier for white to make one plan that white usually does, the plan with f3, e4. The knight is not in front of the pawn, but is ready to let this happen. So it's a new move again, and leads to can lead to different plans. So we're gonna see what is gonna happen.
Exactly. Thanks for the insight. That was really instructive and really informative. It was really awesome to hear that. In the chat, we have Screws asking bishop takes f6 first. Let me go a few moves back before we jump in the game, because it's important to point out the difference between the moves, because basically the idea is often that you do want to take on f6, but most of the times this move is played when bishop e7 has been played already. So let's say if bishop e7 was played, then I don't know, like bishop d3, h6. In this position, it is considered to be one of the best moves to take on f6. But if bishop e7 hasn't been played yet, then basically if you take already here, then queen takes and the queen gets active, the bishop goes to d6, and it feels much better compared to this other position to play with the black pieces. So for that reason, obviously you can still play this, but it's one of the reasons why you don't take on f6 just yet. It is one of the ideas in this opening with this pawn structure, but perhaps it's a little bit too early. With the queen b3 line, that is true. In the queen b3 line, there was a possibility of bishop takes f6, but it was simply to illustrate the idea why queen b3 is so dangerous.
And I would like to add just one thing, as mostly really be careful about giving up your bishop pair for a knight. Excuse was saying knight is too dangerous, but as I say, mostly the bishop pair is very important. So please keep your bishops if you can, and don't give them away too easily. Yes, I say this so many times, and Excuse is always posing this question. He wants always to give the bishop for the knight.
I mean, it makes sense. The knights are really dangerous pieces, but often in over-the-board chess, they're evaluated properly, and it's harder to make such decisions. In online chess, I feel like those decisions are made quicker, and it feels better to take the knight, because this knight can be really scary and it jumps around and forks and everywhere. But in over-the-board chess, the one is really careful with giving up the pair of bishops. So yeah, it makes sense, and it's interesting to see this dynamic.
I think I heard from you for the first time that the knight is the swindle piece, and I just use it all the time right now.
Really?
Because it's true. Yeah, the knight is the swindle piece, because in time trouble you can do so many forks, and the knight is so unpredictable. And you're right, the knight is the swindle piece, but we are not going to swindle anything. We are so far away from time trouble. So generally, we want to keep our bishops because they are more flexible. And if you see right now the position, we can decide at any moment to change our bishop for our opponent's knight. So why to hurry? The move g5 is never going to happen because it's weakening too much the king side. So we don't have to worry about those kind of moves. And if they happen, we say thank you very much. We go back with our bishop, and we are going then to attack the weakened king side. So that's not a problem. We have no hurry. Keep the tension, because every time your opponent needs to think, okay, what if bishop f6? what if bishop f6? So you can pose problem and make opponent waste a bit of time every move because they need always to consider that move. So no hurry, just keep the pressure, keep the tension, and you'll be doing good.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Let's see how the game went on. So knight g2 was played, and knight e8 was played here. It's surprising to see the knight being moved back so early on. Typically, we see a few more moves being played, and then we see such moves like knight putting the knight back to open up, for example, this bishop here, and to maneuver the knight to a better place. But Katerina goes for knight e8 already, and it makes a lot of sense. I actually like this move a lot because you're asking this bishop, okay, do you want to trade or are you going to, step away from the diagonal? And we will see in a couple of moves what's going to happen. I really like this move. What do you think?
I think it's a new move. You are moving again a piece twice in the opening in a few moves. So it's not a standard move. The standard move would be like knight bd7 or moving the bishop out. This would be just bring a new piece, bring a new piece. But this move has a reason, and is the fact that the pin on f6 is actually a bit annoying and you want to solve the problem. Also, this knight might have a nice future, like knight d6, knight c7, and also generally, black has a bit. It's a bit harder for black to go out with the pieces because if you go with the bishop on g4, there might be f3, and then where is the bishop going? So the pieces are maybe fighting for same squares. Like maybe both bishop and knight might go out on d7. So black is a bit on fewer space and needs to struggle to get all the pieces out. And so we will see, in fact, that this game is going on in some. I see in the live board there is a knight on a6 and the knight on d6. So black is going for some like unconventional way to develop the pieces, and this is going to be very, very interesting.
I agree. So Tan played bishop g3, stepping out of the this diagonal and not trading the bishops because this bishop seems pretty strong on g3. Knight to d6 was played as expected.
Also, when your opponent is having a hard time to develop their pieces, you don't want to trade because you want to like let them infuse space, because then it's harder to bring all the pieces out. So don't trade when your opponent has a bit few space, few squares to develop their pieces. Let them have to deal with few space and few squares for their pieces.
Indeed, it's quite thematic in Queen's Gambit type of positions that black is the one that has lack of space and would love to trade pieces to get some more air, some more space in position. So I agree, certainly. It's definitely recommended for white to keep the piece on the board. Not only because you want to maybe start some attack on either the queen side or the king side, or maybe even the center, but also because you want to keep black struggling with the space in their position.
Absolutely. I feel that's the right approach. You always want to make moves that are just hard to reply for your opponent. Not easy moves like trading pieces and then, okay, easy, I take back. But like always try to make your opponent feel uncomfortable on the chessboard.
So queen c2 has been played, a5. Okay, interesting move. Short castle was played, knight a6. This is another way of developing this knight. Now on a6, it will not be captured. Basically, if you wouldn't have played the move a5, if you would have played knight a6 first, then bishop takes a6 comes to mind, and your pawn structure will be destroyed on the queen side. So that's definitely not recommended to play. And for this reason, a5 was played so that you can play knight a6 safely. And if bishop takes a6, obviously you will take back with the rook. And black is more than happy with this situation.
Yes, and this is what you always need to take care of, not create many weaknesses. And going back to the theme that we discussed before, trading the bishop for the knight, there are cases, of course, where the knight is stronger than a bishop. For example, a very close position. And in some cases, you can trade your bishop for a knight in exchange of something. And the line that Anna Maya showed is a perfect example, because black is going to have so many weak pawns. Double pawns we saw, the pawn on c6 was weak. So these cases are perfect moment to trade your bishop for a knight. So take notes, cues, please, and do that in this moment.
Only take the knight when your opponent's position is either horrible or simply the pawn structure is destroyed. Good note.
And Anna Maya, as a French player, I think you would love to like exchange your bishop on c8 for any of the knights of your opponent.
It depends. It depends. I had the bishop being the star of the game. It depends, but I see what you're doing there.
Because it's the underdog, everybody underestimating him, and then boom.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's on it's on c4 d3 and be difficult for you to deal with. No, but it's definitely true. This you want your bishop typically to be traded for knights in the French, but in this situation, I mean, the bishop has a lot of potential. So yeah, you don't mind that your opponent is giving up the light squared bishop. Let's see. A5, short castle, knight a6, and a3, stopping knight b4 altogether. That was a threat. Here, rook e8 was played, simply developing the rook and giving space for the bishop to go to f8. Because it's not doing much on e7, rook a1, bishop f8, and h3 was played. h3 is a rather surprising move. You don't see this move often, and yeah, I'm curious to see what Dan is thinking about here. Is it simply to make a move and give some air to this bishop and the king to go to h2 at some point in the long run? Because interesting enough, it's hard to see what white can do right away. As you mentioned before, one of the ideas is to play f3, e4. But if you play f3, you lose your pawn on e3, and it becomes really difficult to see how you can actually continue with this plan.
Yeah, right now it's gonna be slow, a much more slow position. F3, E4 is not gonna happen probably because of the move H3. And about the move H3, you said very well. This move is very multitasking. It's doing many things at the same time. It gives some space for the king, for the future, avoid the back ranks mate just in case. And then gives square for the bishop, but it's also a defensive move in a way because you remove the square on g4 or the light square bishop, the black light square bishop. So it's a move that it's multifunctional. So it does many things at the same time. And about the previous move of black, the move bishop f8, I want to say something because it's hard to understand the reason of this move. It looks like, okay, we are bringing the bishop in a more passive position, but there is a huge but. Look at this rook on e8. We are opening up the file, and now what we would like to do in the future at one point is to place a knight on e4. Black would like to trade some pieces, to use this square to trade some pieces, and this is what Black typically tries to do there. The knight on the center of the boards are always strong, and so this is a bit the aim of bishop f8. You remove the bishop from the way, and you want to place a knight on a central square at one point. Right now, probably tactically not gonna work because you might lose a pawn, but maybe you can prepare it even more, protecting that square with one more piece, and one day maybe you will be able to do it.
Exactly. And yeah, you were making a good point with the fact that this bishop is not able to go to g4 now, and it's hard to see where this bishop is actually going to. Because if you play bishop e6, it feels like it's blocking not only your rook, but just it feels unnatural because you're blocking all of your pieces pretty much, and it feels misplaced there. And bishop d7 feels very passive, and you don't want to commit to that move really. You want to play more actively. So one of the moves that comes in mind for black here is the move g6. So you want to prepare to play bishop f5. Now, right now, this doesn't work tactically because after g6, I would be a bit concerned about bishop takes g6. You have to calculate precisely. I think in any blitz game, I would do this without even thinking. But in overboard chess, you have to be more precise and calculate this through. But the idea of g6, if bishop takes g6 doesn't work, is to play the move bishop f5. And you simply want to develop your bishop to a better square and also trade your bishop for this light squared bishop because this bishop on d3 is super strong. What do you think?
I love that you mentioned this plan. It's when I used to play this with black, I was like, sometimes I didn't know, how to solve the problem with black. And this G6 literally saved my life, well, my chess life.
I
So,
agree.
I love this plan. G6. Now the bishop on f8 makes also solves also another problem, because after the sacrifice on G6, you can just cover your king with the bishop. So I love the plan with G6. We might see it happen on the board. And for black would be just a dream to trade the bishop on c8, which is a bit sad right now because all the black pawns are on light square, like the d5 pawn, the c6 pawn, the b7 pawn. So they are a bit blocking this bishop. So he would like to be traded for the very strong Giga Chad bishop on d3.
Absolutely, and yeah, g6 is one of the typical moves in the Queen's Gambit, or any sort of d4 okay, not all of them, but most of the d4 openings. G6, bishop f5, this is how you solve your problem with the bishop. Sometimes the bishop goes to b7, but a lot of times it also wants to go to f5, and this is how you want to deal with that. But G6 remains a question if it's actually accurate in this situation, because you have to be careful with those sacrifices. And for now, it feels like a black can survive just well, but I feel like I would not want to be dealing with the black pieces. It feels very dangerous to deal with this with the black pieces.
I agree. And I think that Katerina Lagno is taking some time to think exactly about this. G6 will happen at some point, but you know what? I think it's the perfect moment to hit a short break, and we will be back and see what plan will Katerina Lagno choose from this position. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned and see you soon. and welcome back to the FIDE Women's Candidate. I hope you didn't miss us too much. I'm your Women FIDE Master, Alexis Anteramo, and I'm with the amazing Women International Master, Anna Maya Kazarian. And here we see the live camera from the tournament area here in Uzbekistan, in Kuvi. It's like very nice to have access to this camera so we can just see Goryachkina just made a move.
Oh, yeah, it's really awesome to see the live feed. I mean, in online chess, we see some of the cameras on the broadcast, of course, but it's not the same when you actually feel the atmosphere and you own the board scene. It's completely different. The players are facing each other, they're looking at each other, they're playing the moves as we see them physically. So that's really awesome to see and gives a nice touch um uh to the live feed. So yeah, let's have a look at how the games actually progress. Which game do you want to look at first, Alicia?
I think we were seeing the Lagno turn, so let's switch the board and let's go to Kosteniuk versus Goryachkina.
Okay.
I think there are some progress there, and I want to see which plans did white and black chose.
All right, so after move b6, we left off there, and Alexander Kosteniuk went for the move knight to g1. That's a really surprising move, but the idea makes sense. As we mentioned before the break, we were pointing out that after king h1, the idea is you want to push f4. But where do you place this knight in order to push f4? Because you have to move it somewhere. And you cannot go to h4, you cannot go to e5. If you go to g5, I mean, after h6, you have to go back like this. So it doesn't make much sense. So yeah, then you have to think about moves where your piece goes backwards. So like knight to e1, knight to g1. And Kosteniuk decided to go for the move knight to g1. There's probably not a big difference, especially because black doesn't have so much activity, but it's still surprising to see such a move, a backwards move. It doesn't happen too often.
I totally agree, but as you said, there is a clear idea, and in this case, you can play those strange-looking moves because the knight might go on e2, supporting the move f4, and so that's just a very natural way to keep going with your plan. And as you mentioned, what else? What else? Where else to go with the knight? This looks like a very logical way. And one thing I want to mention is that this kind of position are a bit blocked. No, there is the pawn on e4, on e5 that are blocked, and there is not really any upcoming breakthrough. Like the move f5 is not going to happen, so white has time to arrange the pieces in the better way, in the best way possible before play the move f4, a breakthrough that opens up the f file and gives some chances to keep going to an attack through the f file against the black king. So really like this idea, really like this move.
Agreed. And black responded by playing knight f8. As we mentioned before, this knight wants to maneuver to g6, maybe even to e6, but preferably to g6 so that your bishop is also accessing quite a few squares on this diagonal over here. And the reason why knight f8 is now possible, earlier it wasn't possible because with the knight on f3, this pawn was under attack. So that knight has moved now to g1. There's suddenly less pressure on this pawn, and you have time to maneuver your knight to g6. So after knight f8, knight e2 was played, and now knight g6. There we go. The knight has arrived to g6, and it is interesting to see that Kosteniuk did not play f4 when she was able to move earlier. Do you think she was afraid of something here when playing f4 right away?
Absolutely. I think like every time you open up the position, you need to see, okay, who is gonna have the best pieces. And I must say, this bishop on c5, once you play the move f4, becomes so strong because it's not gonna be just strong on that diagonal, but can at any point also go on the other diagonal, so on d6, and attack the point on h2 long term. Let's say some pieces get exchanged, so can be a long-term problem. So let's say, okay, knight g6 here, the bishop needs maybe to go to g3.
Right.
Because if not, bishop d6 would be just so strong with the idea of queen h4, and you're nearly getting mated, and could be very, very... Let's try to place the bishop on d2 instead of g3, so we can show this idea.
Yes.
And let's play the move. Let's play the move a5, a3,
Mm-hmm.
and then b5.
Right.
Knight e3. And now
There's a pawn hanging, but
okay,
let's
unfortunately, but
pretend
never
let's
mind.
pretend
We
we go
want to
back.
see
Yes.
exactly. Now bishop d6, and
Mm-hmm.
suddenly queen h4, and this could be very, very dangerous. Of course, this we just made a move, some moves to show the plans and how things could go wrong for white. It's very far away, but it's just to say that you need to be careful about playing the move f4 because also black pieces are getting more opportunities. So gotta look for that.
Exactly, I agree with you, and that's why it's so hard to make such committal decisions so early on. And I guess that's why she wants to take the time and move this pawn forward in the right moment. So she plays move knight e2 first, knight to g6, knight to g3. Very interesting, and that goes to show it's very typical in the Ruy Lopez, the opening that happened in this game to maneuver your knight to a better square. We saw earlier that the knight on f3 was not really doing much. It was attacking the knight, the pawn e5, but what else was it actually doing? So Alexandra Kosteniuk decided to maneuver this knight all the way to g3 because she is seeing more potential for this knight there. She has access to the square h5 and also the square f5. So I like the idea where she's what she's doing here, where she's heading to, but we have yet to see if she will actually be able to push f4 or if she has something else in mind for the next few moves.
Yeah, I agree. It might be that there is something else in mind. And this is like the spirit of these positions. There is no hurry. I mean, you can like improve your pieces slowly and just wait for the right moment. Because before knight g3, if you can just go one move back, the move
Mm-hmm.
f4 looks very tempting. But
Yes.
once you do this, once the position opens up, you are not gonna go back. So White wants just to wait for the exact perfect moment because White knows, Alexandra Kosteniuk knows that once you open the position, the two bishops might be stronger than the knight and the bishop. So she wants to wait just for a very good moment to do that.
I agree with you, and you have to be really careful for that reason to push the pawn to f4, and yeah, as you mentioned, you can take it easy in this position. It's really important that you're not in a rush here. The Ruy Lopez is pretty famous for its maneuvering in the position, placement of the pieces. You want to get your pieces active, but you also want to be a little bit careful that you don't spoil your advantage. In a move or very quickly. So yeah, that's why we'll see a lot of maneuvering here, as you see here, knight to g3 now, bishop e6, knight to e3, and f6. And to me, it's very clear where white is heading to. She wants to play knight f5. This square is one of the main squares, especially after f6. This square is very important for white.
Yeah, I love it. And you know what? Might be that even two knights might go very. Yeah, I see Andy writing knight per gigachad. And what about this possible plan? Queen f3. Ooh, she goes with that knight on. Okay, this
Okay.
ruins my plan.
I want to hear your
But
plan
let's.
still.
Yes. Okay, let's go with the knight on e3 on f5.
Yes.
Then we play queen f3 in order to support the knight on f5, and then we go with the knight on h5. And then suddenly two
Aha.
knights are attacking g7. So that could be a very
Yeah.
concrete attack.
Yeah, I really like that. And it's surprising to see that Kosteniuk did not go for this because G7 is one of the targets in this position. I mean, obviously, Black can still defend it by playing Bishop F8, and Black can still hold on, but it's
Exactly.
clear that the White is more active here. So
You know,
I would have loved to see this.
in duck chess, you would go with the knight on h5, place a duck on f8, and avoid the possibility of black to defend it. But as this is not duck chess, I think we have to stick to actual chess, and every time you attack something, opponent can defend. So you need to play moves and make sure to attack something and make sure. Basically, what I want to say is a bit complicated, is that once you attack something, if your opponent protect at the end of it, are your pieces well placed? And I think the knights on h5, f5 are a bit weird because at one point they might even be forked. So it's probably the reason. This is probably the reason why Alexandra Kosteniuk decided to go for another plan, probably much more reasonable. But in duck chess, these two knights would be very strong.
I see you've played a lot of duck chess recently.
Yes, sure. Didn't you?
Actually not real. I played a few games, but it just messes with my mind so much. I don't know how you guys feel about duck chess. I think it's a fun variant, but it's so hard to switch from normal chess to duck chess. And when you switch back from duck chess to normal chess, you start to miss the duck. You want to place the duck. You make a move and it's like a big threat, and then it can be defended super easily. And with a duck, it wouldn't have been able to be defended. So, yeah, I like
Honestly,
the variant.
Honestly, once I play duck chess and then I go back to normal chess. By the way, for people that might not know, the chess variant of chess.com, duck chess is exact same chess, but every move you also are moving a duck. So you might be able to block some pieces, some possibility to defend. So it's a bit more complicated. So once I play duck chess and then I go back to normal chess, it feels like, okay, that's easy. You just attack, upon defense, nothing in between, easy club. So it feels like, okay, finally my mind can, my 5 neural cells can coordinate a bit better together. So yeah, feels better.
Yeah, exactly. Do you also feel like a knight looks like the duck? I always confuse the two.
Well, mostly the colors are helping me. Let's put that way. I have a very pink duck because you can personalize the color of the duck. So I like the pink.
Wait, really?
Duck. Surprise.
Wait, I didn't notice. You can customize the duck. I thought it was always yellow.
Yeah, you can make any color you want.
Wow. Oh, I definitely want to check it out.
And I want to give a feedback to chess.com. I won't enable the multicolor duck because that would be amazing.
Like a rainbow?
Yeah, like a rainbow, like the pride duck.
Yeah. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, I had no idea. I thought the color was standard yellow.
I discovered it yesterday.
Oh, we're getting some insights here. Some secrets on this broadcast about duck chess. Amazing.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really awesome. I guess it does help with the color. I mean, yellow still is quite clear color that you can distinguish it from, the other pieces, but I still see it as a knight. Every time I think it moves like a knight or my knight is suddenly a duck. I don't know. It's very confusing.
I'm looking at the position and I can't stop myself to show a tactical idea. So, oh wait, I probably, yeah, okay, let's show it. Something like Queen F3, Knight G4, and then Knight F H6 check.
Ooh, making use of the knights and the forks in the position. I love that idea. If white would have a few moves, Queen F3, and let's say A6. Let me just illustrate this real quick. What the danger is. Let's just play random moves. Knight F2 H6, and what do? Because the problem is pawn takes, knight takes F6, and who is going to defend your queen?
Yeah, that would be nice. But unfortunately, not all the good things are gonna work. Because black can just, you do all this and then black, let's play Queen F6, A6, Knight G4, and then black just moves the king away, and you are there with a knight on H6, and you're not gonna. No, black. Let's play also A5, Knight H6, or any other move you want to play.
Yeah, okay. Knight H6. You can
and
still move the king, yeah.
And then nothing happens. You have to go back.
That's the sad part about the chess sometimes. You have such an amazing tactic planned, and when you do it, you're so excited that, they cannot take your piece that's hanging, but it's not.
Check
and then
is not
they
checkers.
Just move. Yep, unfortunately. Okay, fortunately, but also
it's
unfortunately
okay.
sometimes.
It's okay. We have more options, so
True.
It makes chess more rich.
Yeah, true.
Check is not checkers, and luckily it's not checkers.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, let's go back a few moves and let's see what is the actual position. So we maybe try to make a plan that is gonna happen. I want to do let's do bet about the next move that Alexandra Kosteniuk will be playing. Think and say, let's put some candidates moves and then we pick which one you think. And I think Alexandra will be playing.
Yeah. I really like your move Queen F3.
Yeah, this is a possibility for sure. Because now the knight on f5 is attacked twice, but it's not really a problem. Queen f3 doesn't have to happen. a4 is a move that maybe chat can also help. Chat, help us with candidates move in this position. I think a4 might be one. Chat suggested it before. Queen f3 is also another one. I like the idea of a4, to maybe try to go for a5 even. So what else?
What else do we have? Yeah, it's hard to see. I want to develop this bishop, but it feels sad to just develop the bishop to d2. I feel like there should be more in this position. I mean, your plan is basically fulfilled to, improve the position of your knights, and they're really well placed. It's just really hard to see how to go next from here. I guess one of the moves that comes to mind still is move Queen h5. I know it exposes you to moves like knight f4, but you can always retreat. But maybe it's not ideal, and you want to wait that first. And a move has been made, Alessia. Queen f3. All right,
let's go.
We
were too late. Well, we were too late. But I want to discuss one move that was suggested by chat. And it was like h4 YOLO. You only live once, which is actually a very committing move because you're pushing a pawn that is protecting your king. But I love the idea. I mean, you just want to attack your opponent king, going with h4, h5, attacking, forcing the knight to move on, and maybe even playing h6. Honestly, in Blitz, I would love that move h4. So, Andy, good job there.
Yeah, I like it a lot. It's it's hard to see how black can make use of this. Well, I mean, I guess the move h4 cannot be played right away because there can be knights captured and then you lose your pawn on h4. But the idea is there. I really like it, and I see Milan in the chat suggesting to play g3, king g2, and then h4, followed by rook h1. And I really like this idea because not only are you setting up and improving the position a little bit, you also have a direct plan. You're attacking on the king side, and seeing the way that black's pieces have been developed, it's really hard to see how this knight will actually be able to deal with this attack. It has to go back most likely to f8 or e7, and white can simply continue the attack on the king side, and that gives white a lot of nice prospects.
I really love that plan. So big shout out to Milan that suggested it. G3, h4, king h2 looks like something very reasonable. And it's like preparing the move h4 and making everything solid. The pawn on g3 is covering all the squares. So I really like this idea. We might see that, but it's black to move. So maybe it makes sense to think about what is black gonna do? What are the black plans in this position? Because honestly, it's much easier to see plans for white than for black because of this amazing knight on f5. Instead, for what to do for black? Maybe a5.
Yeah, it's hard to see actually. a5 is one of the moves. I would even try to consider. Maybe it's not ideal right away, but I would heavily consider simply taking the knight on e3. I am done dealing with my bishop. It's not great. Most of my pawns are on dark squares anyways. And what can this bishop actually do here? It needs to go back most likely. And those knights are so strong. You want to loosen this strength here in the position of the knight. So bishop takes e3 comes to mind. It is a very unnatural move, but I want to get rid of one of the knights and then continue with the opposite color bishop position. I think that would benefit black.
Yeah, I really understand this idea, and it simplifies a bit the position. Just one thing I really don't like, that after that, it's clear that black is just a bit worse. Because it's clear that you have just a less good, worse pawn structure. And then it's maybe not too much, but black is just clearly worse. So I think that black is, again, not in a hurry to play that move, so I would wait until, the right moment. Also, bishop take e3 helps the bishop on c1 to find a better square, because right now is not doing much on e3.
True.
So I think that we will see that move maybe in this game, but maybe not right now. I
In
don't
a
know.
few moves, perhaps. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's probably too early to commit to that decision. And
But
instead, you
what
want to
to do
focus.
then?
True, and that's why we see now on the board King H8 has been played. What else can you do? And it's basically, I mean, it's clear that the players have seen this idea we were suggesting with Knight G4 and the Knight H6. So
Exactly.
it's preparing new King H8 already. So this is not going to happen whatsoever.
No, exactly. I think like when we say no that this game is about improving slowly your pieces and try to always delay to make decision that you cannot like take back. That's why players just want to wait. Okay, now is white gonna go for g3? Because once white goes for g3, then you know the plan is h4, king h2, rook h1, and attack. And then black can maybe organize something, maybe even a rook g8, remove the knight, g6, f5, something like a very, very like as well very committing. But up to that point, players want to keep all the cards on the table, many option opens, and choose the right one at the right moment.
Mm-hmm.
So I like the move king h1 too. And now is again the moment to Alexandra Kosteniuk to choose what to do. Will she play a4? Will she play a g3? Again, a moment where she needs to pick. She needs to play a move. You cannot pass in chess.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess King H8 is sort of a passing move. It has a clear idea to avoid any sort of tactics in the position, but it's also a way of passing the move over to your opponent. And especially seeing Black's position, I can imagine that Black just doesn't want to play moves, just simply shuffle around and wait to see what White does. Now, often this is not recommended to do because you allow your opponent to do a lot of moves for free. But often as well, you want to react upon your opponent's moves. And that's why you don't really react on anything just now. You just play King H8. And if they play, let's say, I don't know, like A3 to play B4, that's when you play A5 right away. Because you don't want to deal with this. Moves like that, you want to play reactive. And that's why she's giving the move to Kosteniuk to see what the plan is, and also makes a sort of useful move at the same time. So let's see if Alexandra Kosteniuk is going to play the move g3. I would really love to see this, as this will be launching the attack, as we mentioned. And we will have to see how Goryachkina will be
Addressing
playing
that.
against this. Yeah.
I think I want to add one more thing to what you were saying there, is that one tip that a grandmaster gave me about this kind of position. With this position, the character of this position is that are blocked and are about maneuvering your pieces and then go for a plan. So it's like slow chess. And what you need to do is to make sure that before taking any direct action, like going for a breakthrough, going for a direct attack, you need to make sure all your pieces are in the perfect squares. And now white is like trying to do this before going for any attack, and black is just making also prophylactical moves. If you see black pieces, the knight on g6 is perfect, the bishop on e6 is perfect, the bishop on c5 is in the best square it can be. So how do you improve even more the position? So maybe you want to like bring the rooks on the files where the attack is gonna happen. So maybe rook g8, rook f8, and then maybe try to remove the knight and push the pawns. This could be a plan. So even if the move rook h8 seems like, okay, what? King h8 seems like, what is this move? Well, there is an idea behind. And now we see Alexandra Kosteniuk with a move rook g1. Again, she's not pushing pawns. We are all the time saying g3, h4. We want to go for the action, but no stress. Calm down. We can slowly do it. Let's build all our pieces. Let's bring. Maybe we will see even rook bishop d2 and rook f1. Even like extra prepare. Maybe a3 first because we don't want to leave the pawn on a2 hanging. We might see many slow moves still.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the nature of the position as well. A move pointed out by chat to go for the move g4. It's a really interesting move. You want to start attacking on the king side, of course. But given the position of this knight on g6, you're weakening the square f4 as well as h4, and maybe black cannot access them right away. It's not a great idea, maybe. Okay, f4 can be accessed right away, but the problem is you're weakening those squares, and the reason why you don't want to do this and instead g3 is because of this knight on g6. If you played move, let's say, let's go back for one moment, g3, you're basically making this knight look very silly on the move on the square g6 because it cannot access any of those squares ever again. And if it can't access those squares that are ahead of the knight, then you can basically only stay here or go back, and that's not really great for black, for this poor knight on g6. And that's why you want to play with g3 and h4 rather than going for something like g4, where you're weakening the squares and actually making this knight look really good on g6.
I totally agree with you, Anna Maya. I am such a big fan of the move g4, but in some cases I even have to, to stop myself from doing that, because I think that I agree with Chad. Is like you want to go for the attack, it's a YOLO move. But every time, I swear, guys, every time I play a YOLO move in my Blitz games, I lose. So YOLO moves are mostly not good. When you say like this move YOLO, just don't play that move. It's like bad. It's like it's bad, but you still wanna try, and
Yeah.
that's mostly not gonna end up well. So let's prepare it. I mean, why not? If we really want to go for g4 g5, let's rather go for g3 h4 h5 g4. So let's show this in this order: h5 and then g4 g5, something like this.
Yeah,
Um,
h4 g4 and h5. Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Before playing g4, we want to kick the knight away from g6. So play the move h4, h5. So the knight cannot go on f4. The knight needs to go back, and then just then we can think about playing the move g4, because we are leaving. There is a weakness on f4, but the weakness cannot be exploited. And every time a weakness cannot be exploited, is it an actual weakness? I don't know. Here we go into some philosophical theme, Chess
True.
philosophy.
Yeah, yeah, and it begs the question actually, what is the idea behind Rook G1? Because if you want to play G3 H4, does she want to play those moves with the move Rook G1, or does she have some other idea in mind? Because I have a hard time believing that she is considering G4 right away.
Again, there are so many options. I mean, we said already to plan with g3, h4, h5, but also just g3, h4, rook g2, rook h2. Maybe just you want to activate the rook this way, or you just want to keep going with g4 after playing the move h5, so the knight on g6 will not have the possibility to go on f4. Again, this move is not committing too much. Make sure every time you have the king on h1 and the rook on g1, not to get the checkmate on f2 with the knight, because that would be not so well. That would be good for a clip, good for a meme, good for for your opponent's celebration on Twitter, but not good for you. So avoid this. I consider this the most beautiful checkmate in chess, but make sure not to get it, but to give it.
True. And we have a question in the chat. Bishop takes e3, knight takes e3, and black is better, no? That's a very good point. I mean, first of all, I would probably not want to take with the knight to e3. It is a bit scary that bishop takes if f5 is in the air. But we discussed before that bishop takes e3, you may not want to do it right away. Because you want to keep those bishops on the board, and those pawns on c7 and c6, they remain weaknesses. And basically, you traded having a bishop pair for having a bad pawn structure compared to your opponent. And it may seem like black has better pieces. Bishop on e6 is perfectly fine. The knight on g6 is okay. But black doesn't want to commit to this just yet. It may be an idea in the next few moves, but for now, it seems a bit too early, because also you're developing this bishop on on c1, and it will be much easier to play for white, and black still needs to deal with this permanent problem, let's say.
I totally agree that might maybe happen at one point, but we have one more move. You see, we saw on the board, on the live board, the knight goes to f4. And I mean, guys, I'm about to say it again. But this move, in a way, kind of invites white to play the move g3. Is this a possibility? The knight might be able to go on h3, so we really need to be careful. What do you think, Anamaya? Is this move gonna happen? Is this move not gonna happen? And
Yeah,
what to do?
it's interesting. Yeah, I agree. It invites g3, but as you mentioned, knight h3, and it's suddenly becoming really difficult to see how white can actually continue, because now h4 is not going to happen anytime soon. Your rook is under attack, so that's something you need to deal with first. And I feel like after this, for example, the rook moves, let's say g2, you can even consider taking on e3. Now, you don't have to do that because you still have moves like g6, and then you can consider taking. There's all sorts of moves for black in this position, but it is starting to look really awkward. So this is a really good move played by Alexander Goryachkina to not allow g3 and be able to counter it. Because if you're not able to play g3, then what's the move you're going to play? H4 perhaps? Playing H4 first and then go for G3? I'm not entirely sure. I'm expecting that Kosteniuk is not going for G3 now after the move Knight F4.
Yeah, I will also bet against it. Maybe she might go for another very slow approach like h3, king h2, and then maybe just then the move g3. Uh, could be a plan, but could also be another plan just to move towards another direction, to play the move a4 or to move one more time the rook from g1. There are so many different options.
Right, and yeah, now Kosteniuk needs to decide what to do here. Will she go for a very slow approach, as you mentioned, or will she go for some other moves? Maybe she wants to play a3, b4. That's also an idea. Perhaps not the greatest one because the main attention is on the king side, but there's lots of ideas in this position. And we have yet to see how Kosteniuk continues, because her plan g3 h4 is not going to happen right this moment, but maybe she will start with h4. It looks very weakening because it's the only pawn in front of the king pretty much, and it feels like this king needs some more protection. But funnily enough, there's not really an attack going on. With the knight on f4, your pawn h4 is not attacked anymore, and it should be perfectly fine to play h4. So let's see what she will decide to do here.
Yeah, maybe she will go for your h4 move, or maybe she will play a more solid approach. I don't know, but I want to spend a few words about the time management. We said before, that we both got flagged. Some happened to be flagged also in OTB chess, and is definitely a thing. So I want to see. We are at move 16. How was the time management of the players so far? We see that they have both around 50 minutes, a few more minutes for Alexandra Goryachkina, but very stable time situation. As a rule of thumb, I have that before move 20, by move 20, I want to still have 45 minutes on the clock. So in a way, I split the exact time I want to have for the first 20 moves, and from move 20 to 40 in half. And there is like a compromise that you need to do, because there are some opening moves that in the first 20 moves you do very quickly, but it's not guaranteed that every move will last until move 40. So that's a bit my compromise. I try to divide the time this way. Sometimes I succeed, sometimes I do some epic fails, but oh, g3 is on the board.
Okay. Yeah, g3 has been played.
Or maybe not.
Yeah, it has been played. It's on the live board. Yeah, she has just played it in real life. We see the moves before we see the camera.
Yeah, this is like just 5-ed technology. It's super. Oh my god, I didn't expect this move right now. I mean, we were saying g3 so long ago, so many moves, and now at the moment that we said, for sure not G3, G3 is happening. You know what? Alexandra Kosteniuk is a woman with many surprises, and she's here to surprise us one more time. She goes for G3. She conquered the heart, the respect of our chat, because they were saying this move for so long. And so here we go. G3 has been played. I think chat will be happy about it. Fight incoming.
Yeah, true. And this is inviting to move knight h3, as we mentioned before. And the chat has been pointing out, okay, let's say we move the rook. What would be a good square for the rook? I have a hard time deciding because none of the squares are really good to me. But let's say rook g2, just to keep the rook on the g file. We want to keep the rook on this file. Chat is pointing out that perhaps we can play the move g4. And as we mentioned before, we don't want to play g4 without having the knight kicked away from here. We want to play the move g4 once this knight is all the way back to f8, but it's on h3 now, and if it is able to go to h3, f4, and so on, we don't want to weaken our dark squares this much. And yeah, there's always moves like g6, where your knight has to go back from, and slowly but surely black will be able to reconsolidate. So you have to play g4 really carefully and make sure that you're not allowing your opponent to have a lot of counterplay there, because it weakens a lot. And then you're basically saying, I'm not going to move my other pawns, because f4 will be really difficult to play after that, and h4 you might be able to play it, but well, right here you won't be able to. So g3, knight h3 is on the board, and now the question is, where will this rook move? Because I don't see a nice square for this rook.
I'm also having an hard time about it. I was thinking, let's place the rook on g2, that this square might make the queen on f3 looks a bit shaky. Let's see a plan. Let's say black manages to play the move, maybe bishop takes on e3.
Right.
And now how is white gonna capture? With the knight or with the bishop or with the pawn? Let's say with the bishop.
Yeah, let's start with the bishop.
So we can show one idea. Let's play the move g6.
Yeah. And now the knight has to go to h4.
And now bishop g4 wins the queen. So
but to make sure that we defend the pawn first.
Oh, yeah. Of course.
But the idea is really good. I really like it.
Yeah, so rook f8 we have to play, and then the queen is feeling uncomfortable. That's why for this plan that I see, this possible tactic that I see, I don't want to place the rook on g2. So I would place the rook on f1 if we go back.
Yes.
Rook on f1. And then I would use the square on g2 to maybe play king g2 or queen g2 even better. And then knight goes away, and knight goes on g5, and you play h4. Now the question is rook f1, is rook e1, is rook d1? What is the best? Because, I mean, doesn't change. Maybe rook d1 is the best. I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those moves where you're not sure where to place your rook, but actually in reality the difference is not so big. And the dangerous part is, as we were talking about time management, this is where it might eat your time. You might be spending like 10 minutes not being sure where to move your rook, and actually none of the squares are that great. I mean, you don't really have much choice. But the danger is that if you spend so much time on a move that isn't going to like give you a lot of benefits, or there's not a big difference, it's always really dangerous to spend a lot of time here, because in reality there's not a big difference. So you have to make those decisions faster to save some time, because you'll need this time later on. And we see, as we were talking about it, Alexandra played the move rook f1, not spending too much time on this, and that makes a lot of sense.
I love your suggestion there about time management. When there are in chess the so-called critical moments, and those moments are special moments where a move might make the difference. So one move might give you 1 point, one move might make you lose, one move might make you win. And in this moment, you can spend even 20 minutes on the clock. It's okay. But in general, you should try to have like 1 or 2 of those moments during a game, or 2 to 3. I mean, I don't want to give like 2 strict numbers. And then all the rest of the moves needs to be played within 5 minutes. I mean, mostly needs to be very fast, like 2 to 3 minutes, and play a move. And then in the critical moments, you take decision, and you're gonna evaluate a few moves in advance, so you know a bit how pieces are gonna be placed for the next moves, or maybe you calculate a very forced line. And so the time management is not like, okay, 5 minutes for each moves and it's it, but can be very different according to the how important is a move. And in critical moments, make sure to spend enough time, and then to just not double think, not overthink, just uh, go with confidence for a move. I was listening to a video about this of Magnus Carlsen. It was very, very interesting, and is about like confidence in chess, how this is important. And mostly spending too much time shows lack of confidence on the chessboard.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have to do this. You just have to trust your intuition. Is the only thing you can trust during a game, and go for it. Don't double guess yourself, and be fast. Keep your time because it's very precious.
True, and it's another factor of psychological play. If you play faster, you put pressure on your opponent might feel like, oh, is my opponent still in prep? Do I have to be cautious? Is this a bluff? And that adds another layer to the chess, and it's really interesting.
Yeah, I agree. I listened to this interview like a few years ago. I find it very, very inspirational. And I changed my time management style from being always in time trouble to having always more time than my opponent. And it helped me really, really, really a lot. So I find it very useful.
Yeah, and let's have a quick look at the other game that is going on. We've been staying on this game for a long time now, but let's have a look at the game between Tan Zhongyi and Katerina Lagno. As they have progressed quite a bit here. They are on move 19 already, and yeah, there is some action going on, Alessia. Let's see where we left off, actually. I believe it was Short Castle 96, and they played a3. We saw those moves, and h3 is where we left the game.
And we
And
were
yeah,
we were saying, will g6 happen? Will g6 bishop f5 be the plan? But spoiler, I think we saw it already. That didn't happen. And so
it didn't.
what did
Bishop
happen?
d7 was
d7.
played, and we talked about this move briefly. And the problem with this move is basically it feels super passive. You want to develop this piece to better place, but looking at how much time Katerina spent, can you guess how much time did she spend on move Bishop d7?
It's the square on d7 is like, it feels like it's not really an improvement from c8, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's I don't know. Maybe it's connecting the reason is connecting the rooks, or could be it's it's I am struggling to understand the idea. Sometimes it's just to wait for the opponent to go on, because as you said, g6 bishop f5 can always be an idea, but you always have to look for a sacrifice on g6. So maybe you're just waiting. Maybe at one point white would like to play to find a way to push on e4. So we saw the plan f3 e4, but how do
Yeah.
you do? So maybe white might play queen d2, protecting the pawn, and then
Mm-hmm.
you can go with g6 maybe. So sometimes
Mm-hmm.
those moves are like a prophylactical move, improving a little bit the position, because the bishop on d7 is better than the bishop on c8, as the
True.
rooks will be connected.
True. And what is interesting to point out is that Katerina spent 24 minutes on this move, bishop d7. So it's very likely that she considered the move g6, but spent some time on it and was not sure about whether it is safe, yes or no. So it's really interesting to point this out, because this is the move that she spent the most time on. And as we talked earlier about time management, it's one can argue that it's too much time spent on such a simple move, but there's a reason behind it, because g6 was one of the main moves and it would help black a lot if it's possible, but it's also very risky to face bishop takes g6. So that's most likely the reason why she spent so much time. And if we look further, we see rook fe1 being played, and black is pressing on the queen side with b5. Knight to c1 was played, and after b4 takes, queen b1. And yeah, which side would you go for here, looking at this position? Which side would you take, Alessia?
Well, this is lots of move and lots of changes, actually. I would need to evaluate this position. So what happened is that black did a queenside expansion, which is atypical, because mostly one of the typical plan here for white is to go for the so-called minority attack, where white is pushing the A and B pawn in order to exchange and leave black with some weaknesses, like as you highlighted, the pawn on c6.
Yeah, and it's really surprising to see indeed. Typically you see white being the one putting pressure on the queen side, but now it's black, and look at the activity of black's pieces. This knight on b4 is super strong. Do you even want to take this bishop on d3? Because my knight is so strong, it might even be outplaying this bishop on d3 at this point. And if you trade your knight for this bishop, you have to find a way to prove that your position is good enough that you can afford losing this knight, basically, because it's such a strong piece. It cannot be attacked by a pawn whatsoever. And yeah, black pretty much relies on this knight. So I really like black's position, and yeah, it's interesting to see that the white's position is so passive. We typically don't see the pieces being so active on the so passive on the first rank. I mean, the rooks are well placed, but this queen on b1, knight on c1, it's unclear what's white plan is now.
I feel like I'm a too big fan of bishops, and so I feel like I would take on d3 at any point. And the idea is that once you take the bishop on d3, your bishop will automatically have an amazing spot on f5. You always need to be careful that black in this point. Let's go back on just on the current position.
Yes.
And in this moment, black has a weak pawn on c6. This is a long-term weakness, and ideally for white would be amazing to have a knight on e5, the two rooks on the c file, and to attack that pawn with as many pieces as possible. But we are very far away from that. That's why you need to make sure that your moves are not helping white to be closer to that plan. So the only thing that I don't like about knight takes d3 is that after knight take d3, and now we can show it on the board, the knight is just one step closer to go to e5. And that's the thing that is not making me too much excited about this move, even if bishop f5 would just pin the knight and place the bishop in an amazing square. On the other side, black really needs to always consider at any moment how is he going to solve the problem on of the c pawn, the c6 pawn. So are you gonna push at one point, but then the d5 pawn is also weak? So you need to have a plan to solve that problem. And how to do it, Anna Maria? What are the options?
Yeah, I think a good starting point is to not take on the d3. So after queen b1, you don't want to take indeed, as you pointed out. This knight is so strong. You want to take on d3, as you said, but then you allow knight e5. So what if you just focus on the move, on the pawn on c6? We want to push c5, but if we even manage to play c5, we weaken another pawn on d5. And that's the drawback of these positions with the black pieces. This is one of the reasons why I despise this opening with the black pieces, because you will always remain with those weaknesses, and you're basically fighting for equality here, and that's not a fun thought. But now with the knight on b4, it changes the pace of the position, and this weakness might not even be so bad. You can think of moves like knight c4, just simply neglecting the pawn structure whatsoever and going for the piece activity, or maybe expanding even more on the queen side. There's a lot of options here for black, and that makes this position so much nicer to play with the black pieces.
I totally agree with you. I feel like piece activity is like the most a very important thing in chess. And even if you have a weakness on c6, right now that pawn is very far away from being attacked in a very serious way. So you can just enjoy the fact that your pieces are so active. Look at the knight on b4 and the queen on b1. I mean, it feels like the knight is is like provoking the queen, mocking a bit that queen on b1 because he's just having an amazing square. Instead, the queen on b1 seems like ready to set up a chess 960 starting position. I don't know.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
it feels very nice to play with black right now. And one thing I want to add that the move c5, it's right. The move c5 removes one weakness and creates another one, the pawn on d5. But after you play the move c5, and the pawns are getting exchanged, you have another possibility to push that pawn on d5 even forward on d4 and finally trade it for a pawn, solve all your problems, and it would be fine. Mostly, with isolated pawn, you will have when there is the pawn on d5, there are pros and cons about this pawn. And the pros is that that pawn gives you control over the center. So as long as there are all these pieces on the board, two knights, two bishop, the rooks, the queens, it's really fine for black to go for the move c5 and even have an isolated pawn because the piece activity will compensate the weakness of the d pawn. So that is for sure a possibility. I'm not sure if it will happen because you always need to see the concrete tactical resources for white and for black, but is an option. Isolated pawn is something that scares me and many other chess players, but it's something that you can play with. So yeah, you need to have the courage to trust your piece activities, and it's something that you can have.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. Sometimes, I mean, when you have this isolated queen's pawn, it's pretty easy to, I mean, either lose it or have such a passive position. It's really hard to deal with. Pieces will be traded off, and then this pawn on d5 will be an enormous weakness. But here, Black has so much activity, and it makes so much more sense to go for this position. So for the simple reason that black is the one putting pressure and white is pretty laid back here with the piece activity, and still the bishops are decently placed, but with this knight on b4 it changes the situation so much. So yeah, I'm curious to see what Katerina's move will be next because she's now at 36 minutes and we are in move 19, so it's not the worst, but to see how she's doing regarding time management, she is below the average time management that you should be spending on average. So she took now on d3, which is a really interesting move. I mean, we did talk about this, that it's very tempting, but you're helping your opponent as well. So knight takes c3 also on the board now, and let's see how Katja will actually deal with this position because it's difficult to see how you're gonna face the attack now on the pawn on c6. Without the knight on b4, it feels a little bit empty now in black's position.
Yeah, we talked about this movie. It's double-edged and it's tempting to make. And I said, I like to take that bishop because it's a very strong bishop. And now maybe bishop f5 might follow, pinning the knight and saying, for now, there is not really a problem. Also possible is the move you mentioned before, knight c4 or knight e4. Those are also moves that are very possible because we said a lot about the weak, poor c6 pawn. But the pawn on b2 is not having a very fun time right now, and is just protected by the queen and the knight. But if you place a bit of rooks on the b file, you can counterattack. Of course, there is a bishop on g8, on g3, sorry. So how to place a rook on the b file is not gonna be easy. But yeah,
Yeah.
e2 is also going to be a weak point for a while. So I think this position is still very much interesting. Do you think bishop f5 will happen? Or is Katerina thinking about any other move?
I certainly like the bishop f5. It's activating the bishop, it's putting the bishop on a better square. However, you are wasting some time here, and I'm not sure if you're willing to spend this time. But on the other hand, you don't want to face knight e5 or knight to c5, so bishop f5 would make sense. It's hard to see a different idea. As you mentioned, you cannot put the rook on b8 to put pressure on this pawn on b2. I mean, you can, but do you want to deal with this pin? Probably not. But if you really want to go for this plan, the moves that come to mind are, for example, rook a7, rook b7, or maybe rook a6, rook b6. These kind of moves come to mind to attack the pawn b2, but it's super slow. And by the time you've done this, your opponent will also have done a few moves like knight c5 or knight e5, and yeah, it's not so fun to deal with those moves for sure. So I expect bishop f5, and there we go. We have it on the board. Bishop f5 was played, and yeah, that's why I was going to with my story, bishop f5, and yeah, it's one of the main moves in this position. And now it's White's turn. What do you do about this?
Well, this is a very big question. I think we need a bit more time to evaluate this position and see what White will do. But before that, we'll take a short break. And guys, we're gonna be back after a short break and discussing about what is White gonna play in this position. Stay tuned.
Now you can use gifts from the biggest chess stars on all your favorite platforms. Just search chess.com and your favorite chess star on Discord, Twitter, WhatsApp, and more to find hundreds of gifts from chess.com's biggest broadcasts and events. Nepo, Danya, Fabi, Anna's, and even me, Danny. Try it today.
And welcome back to the 2022 FIDE Women's Candidates. Here we are. We have the full screen of the game between Tan Zhangji and Katerina Lagno. I'm Women FIDE Master Alessandro, and I'm with the amazing Anna Maya Kazrian, Women International Master.
Yeah, welcome everyone. Welcome back. We are here in the Women's Candidates. This is the tournament that will decide who will be challenging the current Women World Champion, Wenjun. And this is Pool B. We earlier had Pool A already going on. And yeah, this tournament will decide, the Pool B part will decide who will be facing the winner of Pool A. So yeah, we are here in game one. This is a very, very first game, and this is still the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals, yeah. So let's see what's happening here. We have two very fun games going on. They're very exciting so far, and there's a lot of tension already. Alessia, let's take a look at the game between Tan Zhongyi and Katerina Lagno. We have been talking about it briefly before the break, but there are probably a lot of nuances that we still need to cover in this game. And Tan actually just played Queen A2, stepping out of the queen of the pin with the queen. What do you feel about White position here?
I feel White is playing very logical. There was a problem, and White is solving, plus improving a piece that was not too good. The problem was the fact that the knight on d3 was pinned. Let's go just one move back so we can show the pin. The knight on d3 is a bit problematic. You cannot move the knight. So what you do? Queen a2. You are improving the queen. Now the queen is like at least attacking the pawn on a2, having a bit more space, and you are preparing the move like knight e5 or knight c5. Now the question is it there is a possibility always to take on d3 with the bishop. It might be like, why? You just activated that bishop. But on the other side, you're removing probably the strongest piece at this point for White. So could be a move that we have to consider. I don't have not yet a clear opinion on this move because I need to assess what's next. But could be an option to evaluate. Also possible knight c4 we might evaluate. Knight e4 we might see. And I don't know, do you have any suggestion? Maybe queen b6?
Yeah, I really liked all of those moves indeed. Queen b6 as well. I feel like the main target for black is the pawn on b2. You want to put pressure as much as you can. And I feel like if you could play those three moves in one move, that would be fantastic. But unfortunately for black, white also gets the opportunity to play a few moves at the same time. But I agree. The idea here is by simply playing queen b6, knight c4, and then capture this knight, you will be able to put pressure on this pawn on b2, and somehow you'll also get to manage to get a rook on the b file, probably by playing rook e7 and rook b7. That will be another idea to play here, as rook b8 will probably not be so easy to play with the bishop on g3. So I think a good start. I'm debating between knight c4 and queen b6, but I do like activating my queen to b6. Do I have to be worried about bishop takes d6? Probably not. There's a really strong bishop, but it's definitely something you need to look out for.
Yeah, I was thinking also another idea that could be to move the knight and then bishop d6. Because one thing I really notice is that this knight on this bishop on g3 is annoying. It doesn't allow black to double rooks and maybe also add the queen with Alekhine's gun to attack the b2 pawn many times. So that could be an idea. That could be an idea. And we might see. Also, I like knight e4 because it's attacking directly the knight, the bishop.
Right.
Could also be one idea. And yes, and then the move we mentioned. I want to ask, what is chat favorite? I mean, let's try to be Katerina Lagno for now. We have to pick a move. We cannot say like they all looks great, and we also will do that. Anna Maya, we need to pick one move and just one move, and we'll see if we can think like Grandmaster Katerina Lagno.
Yeah, let's ask the chat, what move would you play here if you were playing with the black pieces? All of those moves look really good, but you have to pick one. And that's the beauty of chess, right? You have so many good moves, but you have to decide which one you're going to play. And then, based on your decision, it may not turn out so well as you hoped it would be. And that makes chess so interesting. You might have a winning position, but then just one move makes a difference, and suddenly it's not so clear anymore. So we see in the chat, I would pressure the b pawn somehow. Agreed. But which move would we go for? I think my guess would be queen b6. That's my guess. I would put my money on queen b6.
Anna-Maya, there is one idea that might be impressive. So try to play the move a4. I know it's crazy. You're leaving the pawn hanging.
Okay.
And you might say, why? Why do you need to do that? But there is an idea. Once you make the knight move to a4, let's play also knight a4. Now you can go on e4, this idea that we mentioned before, attacking the bishop, and it's just very bad for white to leave that bishop there, because you would destroy completely the pawn structure, and so white needs to move that bishop somewhere. Where is the bishop going? Maybe on h2 or on f4? Something
I guess
to happen.
Both of them work. Let's play bishop f4 for the sake of it.
And then, boom, queen a5.
Oh.
And now somehow things are getting hard, because the knight is under attack, the pawn on b2 might be a target, and it's not so easy to solve this. If knight c3, is there knight takes c3? I don't know. Is that a move?
Knight c3, I guess you can take on a2 right away.
Just lose, yeah. Just lose right away. So it's hard. It's like a possible pawn sacrifice that could be like deadly. Let's go back. I mean, this is just one variation, but let's see the move a4. It could be like
I love this move.
That can make some sense, because we love knight e4, but the knight can take at any point, and so that's not perfect. So a4 might be a move that is provoking knight take a4. Knight takes a4. But what if white plays another move?
Right. Yeah, that's the problem. When you play such moves, I mean, maybe right now it's not so ideal for white to take it, but you don't have to take, and you can just keep this pawn at a4. It's not going anywhere, really. I mean, are we worried of the move a3? Probably not. So yeah, that's the danger, and I have a feeling that's why Katerina is also spending quite some time. I mean, if she's considering this move, then obviously she wants to evaluate, even though knight takes a4 may not be so good, do I gain anything by playing a4? And I really like this move that you suggested, but I'm curious to see if Katerina will also go for this, because you're committing quite a bit to this position then, and yeah, is it worth it? We have yet to see that.
One thing that a4 also does is to let the a5 square free for the queen. So it might be that the queen goes there, and maybe eventually joining the b file, but at least protecting the pawn. And then again, moves like knight c4, bishop d6 are always moves that you need to check out.
Right.
So, I don't feel like the pawn on a4 is much weaker than the pawn on a5. And also after queen a5, black might be able to play the move a3. Or to play rook a5, queen a8, and then to go with a3, which is also another way to make the queen on a2 feel uncomfortable. So there are lots of ideas. I also see the bar right now. We can see that our engine likes a bit more black, and I think it's for all this dynamical possibility that black has in this position. Instead, white has this long-term weakness of the pawn on c6 that can be exploited, but it's very hard to get many pieces to attack that pawn.
Right, and because of white's passiveness with the queen on a2, the knights, I mean, they're decently placed, but there's so much more going on for black here with the activity on the queen side, and I think that is what white is holding back, basically, in order to start putting pressure on the black pieces or the black pawn on c6. So a4, let's see if Katerina will go for this. But for now, this is the current position. And yeah, if you just look at this position, it just looks so good for black. There's so many options here. There's so many ideas. In the chat was also mentioned rook e7, rook b7 is what they would go for. And yeah, you just have so many ideas and there's a lot to choose from. But we're on mode 21 right now and Katerina is down to 25 minutes. So she's not in huge time trouble just yet, but we're approaching the stage that time trouble can arise. And given the fact that it's quite I mean, I wouldn't say very complicated, but you have to play pretty precisely here. You may need a bit more time in such positions to play accurately, because you cannot make very impulsive decisions right here.
Yeah, I agree. Time is getting short, but we need to mention Katerina Lagno is an amazing speed chess player. She played also many times and did amazing in the Women's Speed Chess Championship. So I feel like in chess there is like some correlation between spending lots of time in OTB and being a lot in time trouble and being a good blitz player. Is maybe connected to the fact that you have lots of practice, but there are many players that are very strong blitz bullet players, and then they are in OTB spending so much time, and that's a fascinating correlation I see there.
Yeah, that's an interesting one indeed, and yeah, it's good to mention that Katerina actually won the last edition of the Women's Speed Chess Championship, so she is the current champion in speed chess. So yeah, that I mean, I know from years that Katerina is a very fast player. She has very good performances in blitz and rapid tournaments as well. So she's known to be a good speed chess player. But this goes to show as well that she should be fine in the lower time controls. I mean, if she's low on the clock, she should be doing fine. But still, it's quite a scary. It's quite frightening still to be lower on the clock because Tanya is on 44 minutes. That's quite impressive.
Yeah, I agree. That's a very big time difference there, and you always need to make sure that it's okay if you're both in time trouble because you both have time to think. But if your opponent has so much time, at any moment your opponent can pause, think, and try to pull out the precise best move in the position. You just need to sense when is the right moment to stop, and that could be dangerous. But going back to the position, I saw some very interesting comments in chat that were giving some hints about this position, so I'd like to discuss. Going back to our idea of the move a4, that seems like a very fascinating idea. Max is suggesting an additional idea. So let's make the move a4, and this move might also prepare the knight to go to c4, because b3 is not gonna happen anymore. So the pawn on e4 is limiting also the pawn on b2 and preparing the knight to just reach a square where it's just having a dream, the square on c4. Also, there was a tactical variation that after knight take a4, knight e4, bishop f4,
yeah,
and queen a5. I think
after
yes,
b3.
After b3, Carson said there might be bishop take d3, but bishop take d3 is not happening.
Maybe with the knight on c4. I was also thinking about it, but maybe with the move knight to c4 instead, you could take on d3. I mean, in any case, what you can consider here is move like knight c3, and black will have a lot of space and a lot of activity going on. But perhaps it was with the move knight to c4 first, and then you followed it up with queen a5, and then bishop
or maybe
takes
queen a4.
Oh, queen e5 right away.
Yes.
Yeah, true. Queen a5 right away.
And if b3 now yes,
you
there
take.
Is.
Okay, there we go.
Yes, this is the reason.
Now
yes.
the rook takes, this rook is hanging on e1, so that is a problem. Yeah, so yeah, you have to play really precise here, and that's why a4 is such a good move. It poses problems to white, and white's position is not so clear, and a lot of tactics appear in a position. And Yeah, another point is being made in the chat. Why would you go for the pawn on b2 if you can then start attacking on the king side, because there's not a lot of pieces there. The problem is it will take so much time, I think, to start an attack on the king side. With this bishop on g3, with the knights being pretty close to the king, they can access the king pretty quickly. It's not so clear to start an attack on the king side, and it's really hard to see any sort of weaknesses in the white's position on the king side. It's pretty solid, the pawn structure, and you want to look for weaknesses. And the way you do that is, okay, you point out this weakness on b2, that's what you're aiming to play for. You can try to play on both sides of the board to confuse your opponent and to draw the attention to both sides. So, at some point your opponent will get stuck and not be able to defend both sides. So you can combine the both ideas to attack on the king side as well as the pawn b2, but this pawn b2 is a clear target. And at the same time, black needs to be careful because your pawns are still vulnerable on c6 and d5. So if you give up on the queen side pretty much, then you also might lose track on the pawns here on c6 and d5. So that's why it's probably not very wise to go for the king side attack just yet, but it could be an idea in the future.
Yeah, I agree. And now there are some moves on the board, so we should definitely watch it. There was the move bishop take d3. We also consider this move, this is definitely an idea to remove the strong knight on d3 that might jump to e5, might jump to c5, rook takes, of course. Now, is there one more move after this?
Knight f5 and bishop f4 was played. Yes, and this is the position.
F4. It's incredible that Tan was just ready to play moves, and now it's again Katerina Lagno that after spending time, she's there again, taking time for her next move. Of course, the moves that White played were pretty forced. Rook takes, rook captures back a piece, and then, okay, the bishop is under attack, and we know we need to move it. Okay, bishop d6 is on the board. Another very logical move that we considered before. We want to exchange as white, as black. We would like to exchange the dark square bishops in order to be able to organize the two rooks on the b file. We saw rook b8, rook e7, rook b7, and we really like to see those plans. So I like bishop d6. Unfortunately, our idea of a4 wasn't played, so now many pieces might be exchanged. What about evaluating the position after bishop take d6 and knight takes b6 or queen take d6? I don't know. Knight take d6 is...
Yeah, both moves look really good. I guess you want to take with the knight so you can access c6, c4 and e4. But if you take with the queen, you also are not defending the pawn a5 anymore. And you probably want to keep defending that pawn with the queen for the moment. So I guess knight takes d6 would be a logical move. But yeah, how do you evaluate this? Because black did manage to trade some pieces, but black still does have this problem on c6, and you have to basically see this as position with the pawn structure, that you consider those pawns as pawn islands. So the more pawn islands you have, the more weaker your position is, and the worse your position can be, basically. So if we count the pawn islands, white has two. This is one island, it's on its own, not able to be defended by any of the other pawns. Basically doesn't have any friends next to it. And then you have this huge island of pawns. They are all connected with each other, and they're all friends hang out with each other. But in black's position, there's three islands. Here we have one, then we have the second island, and here's a third island. And based on this, it's easier to evaluate the position that black is slightly worse. But obviously, because of the pieces, the knight on d6 can access a lot of squares. The queen can also access b6, for example, put pressure on the pawn on b2. There's still some chances here for black, but this should give you a clear indication that white is the one in the driver's seat here, being able to have an easier time here.
Yeah, in this position, I would definitely like to play with white, because the problem is that there are two weak pawns, the pawn on a5 and the pawn on c6, and white has a very clear way to keep going with knight a4, rook c1, rook c3, And the big problem is that actually black cannot much block this with knight c4, for example, because b3 can kick the knight away from that square. So that is the problem, and that's why in this position white is probably slightly too clearly better, because there is a clear plan, a clear way, and black needs to be defending what white is attacking. So that's why this didn't happen, and in the live board we have a different move. White didn't take on d6, but decided to play with knight e2. Actually, just because, okay, white didn't take on d6 and the final position was slightly better for white. So one option I think could be for black, an idea could be after bishop take d6, maybe to take with the queen. Because maybe you might play the move c5 soon.
True. Yeah, your pawn d5 is very weak, but you can definitely consider this a plan, and white needs to figure out how to stop this, because if you manage to solve the pawn's problems, then black will be having an easier time to deal with the position.
And also, chat was mentioning a possible attack on the king side, and why not? Maybe it's not too late for queen g6 and knight h4. Also, look at that, the rook on d3 is unprotected. So this plan looks stronger and stronger, and this is because pieces are active, you know? So, danger.
Yeah, I really like this move. But yeah, knight e2 has been played instead, defending this bishop, and after bishop takes f4, I assume knight takes f4 will happen. We'll leave the players to think about this position, and we'll come back to this position in a moment. Let's switch to the other game between Alexandra Kosteniuk and Alexandra Goryachkina. A lot has happened here. We left off, let's have a look. It was in this moment. We left off at rook f1, and a lot has happened. A couple of moves have been played, and the players have spent quite some time. After rook f1, knight g5 was played, which is rather surprising because it feels like this knight on g5 can be exposed to attacks with h4, and then the knight has to retreat again, and it feels a bit unpleasant for this knight, but it makes sense because where else could the knight go? It was on h3, and it could always be attacked sooner or later, so it makes sense, knight g5, then queen e2, knight f7, and after b3, knight to d6. Let's just quickly scroll through the moves to see what happened, and then see where we can talk about the position, bishop b2 and bishop d4. This is the current position. What do you think of this position, Alicia? Would you rather take the white pieces or the black pieces?
Oh, that's a big question. I think I want to mention that knight did a pretty interesting route.
True.
The knight was on h3 a few moves ago, and now it's just on the completely other side of the board. So this shows that when a position is blocked, actually knights are very strong because they can be so flexible. You know, the knight is going from one side to the other of the board, trying to exploiting the weaknesses that white is creating along the way. So I feel like right now white still didn't manage to actually activate a plan. So like the one we saw with g3, h4 is far away from being played. Instead, black seems the one that is like having the control on the position. Now the attention is moved on the queen side. There is an offer of a trade of bishops on d4, and the question is this trade good? For who is good? Should white take it? Should white avoid it? Actually, white cannot really avoid it that much, so we need to evaluate what happens after the trade.
True.
And what I'm thinking is that finally what you said a few moves ago might come to a realization. You really didn't like to match the bishop on c5, the dark square bishop. Now finally it might be exchanged. And this is the better exchange, in my opinion, because then black will just have very active pieces. The knight on d4 and the light square bishop, that is very, 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 a very good piece. Just having so many options, blocking, limiting the two knights. So I feel like this position is still like very much balanced, because honestly, okay, nice piece looking on d4, nice bishop on e6, but what's next? How to go on? White has some weaknesses. The square on f3 is a bit weak to c3, but it doesn't feel like black is gonna exploit this very soon. But there is some pressure. the knight on d4 is gonna stay there for a very long time. You cannot kick it with c3, because if you play c3, the square on d3 is gonna be weak for a very long time, and this is very dangerous. So the knight on d4 will be powerful, not easy to trade. If knight f3, you might always be careful about bishop h3 or bishop g4. So it's not, the most pleasant position to play with white, but I think it should be fine. So now, after all this consideration, I think I can reply to your question, and I would prefer black, but still I think the position is pretty stable.
I agree. Great evaluation of the position, Alessia. Bishop d4, bishop takes d4. And I fully agree with you. I really like black's position as well. We had those ideas of a kingside attack with the white pieces, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen anytime soon. I do have hope for white that f4 might be played, and you can still launch an attack on the king side one way or the other. But with the move h4, g4, etc., it's not going to happen anymore. But white still has the pair of knights, and that may not be so strong as a pair of bishops. It really depends on the position, but you can still try to make something happen with those knights. And now bishop takes d4 has been played. I'm expecting knight takes d4. Obviously, Alexandra might be considering moves like e takes d4. Actually, I'm curious now that I'm considering the move e takes d4. Are you not simply controlling the c3 square? I mean, obviously the knight has to leave now. I prefer not to play e takes d4 for the reason that, let's say the knight moves, then white wants to play f4 and get some control and a lot of space on the center and the king side. But you do have this square on c3. And white needs to be really cautious that, a5, a4 might happen, and a lot of tension will happen. A lot of weaknesses will arise on the queen side, it feels like. So, yeah, this is an interesting moment to take some time to evaluate with which piece do you want to capture on d4.
That's a good question. I love the knight. But I understand why black is spending some time of this. Black is spending some time on this. But I think the knight should be the way. I don't know. I'm a fan of knight takes d4. What do you think?
It feels super natural to take with the knight, but I would also understand if Alexandra would go for e takes d4. It feels unnatural, but the idea is clear. You have the square c3 available. There's no dark squared bishop in the position whatsoever. So you're basically creating a strong square for yourself like this. The drawback is that you allow your opponent to play moves like f4 and get some action going in the center and the king side, but you do get some activity on the queen side yourself. So let's see what she played. She actually played the move knight takes d4, a very logical move. Makes perfect sense to take on d4 with the knight and have this knight be more active on d4, also stopping any sort of knight f5 moves. I mean, you can still play it, but it may not be so ideal.
Anna Maya, I think we were at the moment where it comes not just chess-wise. The question to how to capture is not just chess-wise, but strategical-wise. In strategical, not about the single chess game, but about what they are playing for. And the fact that you're playing a long match of 4 games against the same opponent means that you want to try to be as stable as possible. And there is one move, the knight take d4, that basically is risk-free. That doesn't have any risk for black. On the other side, let's show it again, the move e take d4 has some risk for both players. Because, as you showed amazingly, f4 could be a potential move for white to expand on the king side now that the pawn on e5 is not anymore there. On the other side, there is the square on c3, the fact that maybe black might expand on the queen side, just a4, b5, c5, just go all in. So I would say that this looks like a much more sharp position and double-edged, where any result could happen, a draw, a win for white, a win for black. But what is your approach? How do you want to strategically approach this match of 4 games? And Goryachkina goes for the stable one. Knight takes d4, where she's a bit better, probably just slightly, I don't know how slightly or how big is this advantage for black, but she has no risk. because f4 is not going to happen, c3 cannot happen, and then knight is like the king of the board, which is like weird to say. The knight is the king, but is the king of the board, the boss, let's say like this, the boss.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. It's in a very active square, and it controls so many squares, and makes white's life a bit more difficult indeed. And after queen d1, yeah, I mean, white didn't make so much progress, but the move f4 is still a possibility. But as you mentioned, I found it really interesting that you pointed this out. You do want to take it easy in this match. If you're going to take risks and you end up losing, you're a point behind, and you'll feel even more pressure to come back in the match, and you'll have to win at some point to make the match even again. And I'm also sensing that the players want to take it easy for the first day, because the matches are 4 games. And yeah, basically first to 2.5 points win. So if you already lose the first game, then your opponent only needs 1.5 more points to advance to the next stage. So yeah, you may not want to take those risks just yet.
I agree. I think that if this would be game 4, last game of the match, and Goryachkina needs to win this game in order to, let's say Kosteniuk wins game 3, draw, Kosteniuk wins game 3, and Goryachkina needs to win. Then she would have taken with the pawn all the life. I mean, like, not 100% because you can never say this, but it's much more likely that you are going to take risk because you need to. Instead, like this, the position is more stable, and so she went for just more stable approach. I think there is a new move on the board, so we should see. After white went with the queen on d1, now the move is c5. Like making the knight on d4 feel even more comfortable on that square, and maybe advancing for going for a queenside expansion, a5, b5. I don't know.
Yeah, it's rather surprising to see c5 being played. I mean, the idea makes sense that you want to put your pawns on dark squares because you have a light squared bishop. But it feels like you're weakening some of the light squares as well at the same time. The square on d5 feels a bit weak. Square c4 also feels a little bit weak, but you don't have to worry about this per se, because you have your light squared bishop still, and you always have the opportunity to play c6 and b5. But it's always scary to move your pawns, and what I've been always taught by coaches is that if you move your pawns, you cannot put them back. So you have to play precisely with them. And I've been punished many times that I shouldn't have pushed my pawns because, for example, my king was very weak all of a sudden, or I'm allowing my opponent to play certain moves that wouldn't have been possible if I didn't move my pawn. So you cannot move those pawns. Pawns do not go backwards. And that is something you need to keep in mind. But for now, c5 seems perfectly fine. It is difficult to see what the idea is exactly, though, because I guess black wants to go for a queenside attack, but do you want to commit to that already and move your pawn so much on the queenside? Or what's the idea? Maybe she wants to play the move knight c6 at some point. If there is a move like c3 in the air, if that will be played, maybe she wants to retreat to c6 instead. There's all sorts of moves to consider here.
Yeah, I agree, because at one point the move c3 can be played is attacking a knight, and you want to have a good square to retreat, so maybe this gives also space to the knight on c6, even if I think c3 shouldn't be played, because then the pawn on d3 is weak. And maybe also one more reason is that after c3, thanks to the move c5, you avoid forever the idea of d4. So white cannot just remove the weakness straight away, but just c3 doesn't look like a move that is gonna happen. And is there any problem about pushing the pawn from c6 to c5? Okay, you're making the d5 square weak, the b5 square a bit weak, but is it really a problem? If knight d5 you just take, you say thank you very much, I get ooh, a c6. Ooh.
You got a jump scare there.
Imagine like talking like for 20 minutes about how c3 is bad, and then in the meantime you're talking just the move c3 is playing like smash on your face and get that move. Yes, thank you. Amazing.
Yeah, it's a
C3
brilliant move.
speaks
Yeah.
for itself. I like this, Chan.
Yeah, it's rather surprising to see that c3 has been played because this weakens the pawn structure immensely. The pawn on d3 is very weak, and c5, indeed, as you pointed out, if the knight moves back, for example, to c6 now, when will you ever get to play d4? You have a permanent weakness on d3, and it will be very difficult to defend this. I mean, obviously, so let's make a couple of moves. Let's say knight retreats to c6. The queen has to move up because you need to have rook supporting this pawn, because the next move of black is rook to d8. So let's say you move queen to e2. Let's make a move that makes more or less sense. And after rook 8 to d8, rook 8 to d1, let's say, you're defending this pawn d3, but your knights are not really able to help you. And I don't see d4 happen in the next 10 moves whatsoever. Maybe even the entire game. I don't see it happen.
Be careful about saying this, because then d4 just happens right away.
You have secondhand experience. Yeah. You have to be careful indeed.
I think this position would be really very nice for black. I see like ideas like a5, a4 right now, attacking the b3 point. And I just see that there are too many weaknesses for white, the c3 pawn, d3 pawn, and you cannot push any because you would be just very bad. So black can just attack one at a time, or maybe multiples, create a second weakness, and then might be hard for white to defend them all. So let's go back to the live board. Let's try to understand what is happening, because I'm really a bit confused.
Well, they're actually playing the moves.
Yeah, they're following. So I mean, maybe c3 was not the best move in the position, because weakening the d3 pawn. So this might give Goryachkina a chance to fight for the full point here, which would be huge. I mean, imagine starting, we just talked about being stable, it's just the first game, take it easy. But what if you don't take it easy and you just go there for the win and you get it, and then you start with an extra point? That would be a nice way to start the match.
Absolutely. And I do want to point out quickly that, as you mentioned, the idea a5, a4, I moved my rook to d8 from a to d8. What about just rook e to d8? I'm just not going to move my rook from a8, and I'll push my pawn all the way to a4, and I'll make maximum use of my rooks, because this rook on e8, what is actually doing? It's hard to say what is actually doing there. And I'd rather put it on a more useful square where it's actually putting pressure on my opponent's pieces. And meanwhile, this rook on a8 will be able to support the attack on the queen side, as you mentioned. So I'm expecting, rook a8 can still be played, but rook e8 would make a lot of sense if that is going to be played here.
Anna-Maja, I think you are a genius. I think that...
Thank you, Alessia.
You're welcome. Actually, Anna-Maja just participates in a TV program show in the Netherlands called The Genius. She didn't win it, but she was like top 3, so she did very amazing. So we can call her a genius, no problem. And about this, I think it's just very natural to bring on the d file the rook that didn't move yet, the rook that is on the starting square. But the genius does better. The genius plays the rook, the other rook on the d file, because says the rook on a8 is gonna have a purpose, because in the future you want to go for a5, a4, a5, a4. So I really like that, Anna-Maja, and I hope I said it in a clear way.
Yes, thank you so much, Alessia. My dear friend Nimzovic has taught me that sometimes you have to play the other rook to the square. And this is, I think, a clear illustration. You have this idea of attacking the pawn d3, but you also want to have some other ideas. And since the rook on e8 is not doing anything here, might as well move the rook and then keep the other rook on the starting position, because you want to push a5 and a4. So let's see if Alexandra is going to play this. She's spending some time now. Now they're on move 26, and since they are on move 20 minutes, basically, I would say they're not in time trouble just yet. Personally, if I would be in their situation right now, given the time situation and the move they're on, I would feel super comfortable. I think for me, it's pretty rare to have more than 20 minutes on move 26. What about you, Alessia?
Well, I think it's like more or less fine. Fine time management. I think is a good time management, I would say.
Yeah.
I usually have, I don't know, I played like one OTB tournament this year, so it's hard to say. It's hard to say, but mostly I was always having lots of time. I was having
That's
lots
very
of time.
good.
Because you know what I see when I said this before, chat was writing, "Oh, she doesn't do this in online chess." But the problem is that in online chess, I have a chat to chat with, and they are very entertaining. So I get distracted easily because they're amazing. And in OTP chess, there is not this problem. You want to call it problem or not problem? There is not this peculiarity of the chat. So I can be fast. I don't have to talk. So I mostly have lots of time.
Yeah, it's always chat slots. I agree, and yeah, you're making a good point. In OTB, you have less distractions, and it also matters a lot if you're well prepared. And in my games, often the preparation is lacking a little bit, and that is noticeable in my time management as well. But preparation goes a long way, and that helps you so much. So yeah, it's very noticeable that since those players are also really well prepared, you can see them play much faster and make the decisions faster than you normally would if you're not that prepared. So yeah, but players have a good time management. It's not too crazy that they have 14 moves left for the 14th move with 20 minutes on the clock. I feel like the time management is also more than fine. And meanwhile, they played the move a5. So you're not actually in a rush to play rook e to d8. So
yeah,
I
exactly.
do agree that you can just play a5 actually. You don't have to commit to moving the rook just yet. You can see first what your opponent is going to do. Imagine if white plays, okay, actually I wanted to suggest the move a4, but sadly there's a pawn hanging on b3. But let's imagine this pawn will not be attacked. The point I was trying to make here is that if a4, so you basically cannot move your pawn to a4 anymore, you cannot open up the file, then you can switch to your idea to play rook a to d8. Your rook doesn't do anything on a8 anymore, so you don't have to move your rook from e to d8. But now that a5 has been played, you cannot play a4. I think black will simply be able to play a4, and you can always play the move rook e to d8 or rook a to d8. Whatever works best in the right moment.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that this position and the fact that a4 is not possible shows why black is better. Because all these pawns, a2, b3, c3, d3, are all weak. I mean, it feels like the d3 pawn is the only weak, but actually they are all weak together. I mean, they are friends. They're weak friends. I mean, they are sharing the hard times together. You know, sometimes it's good to have a friends in hard moments that cheering you up. And the pawns are a bit like this, cheering up on each other. Oh, we're having a bad time. And you cannot push any of them. I mean, a4 cannot be played, b4 cannot be played, c4. They cannot change their destiny. They're just there waiting for Alexandra Goryachkina to strike on them, which is very scary. Oh, okay.
F4.
There is a move on the board. The move is f4. I understand this move. It feels like the pressure is real, so Alexandra Kosteniuk is trying to make things more complicated. I think it's the right approach, is the right moment, because black was having just a very nice way to keep improving the position with a4, placing the rook on the d file, and this was just looking way too easy for black. So f4 is just saying there, okay, let's have a fight, let's make things messed, and let's see who will have the best out of a mess.
Yeah, exactly.
So chat will be happy about f4. Yeah, they say, finally, yes! I said it, f4 YOLO, yeah!
Finally it happened. Alexandra is breaking through in a position, and yeah, the idea is clear. You want to play f5, and maybe even g4 and g5, and queen to h5. I mean, there's tons of possibilities here. So f4 is a good start to make things complicated. And indeed, as we mentioned, I mean, we were pointing out black's ideas with attacking the pawn d3 and opening up the a file, but White also has some ideas, and White may not have such a great position, but this f4 move gives White practical chances, and you have to go for these moves, especially in this moment. And yeah, let's see how Black responds to this, because the first thing you need to consider, can I take on f4, yes or no? And given the fact that we do not want to allow any sort of d4 move, I would say we want to keep our pawn on e5 no matter what. And also, after e takes f4, g takes f4, there will be a g file opened, and I'm not sure if Black wants to deal with that. Having a rook on g1, and then soon another rook will join on g1, and it will get very messy for Black. So let's see what Alexandra does here, because yeah, I would prefer myself to not take on f4 for the simple reason that I prefer my pawn on e5.
I agree with you, Anamaya. I think that this position, this is the so-called critical moment. Something is gonna happen, and it's gonna be very important to take the right move here. So these are the position of the board. All the 4 players are playing, and we are approaching the most critical moment of every game. So we will take a short break and then be back with the most important action of these 2 games. Be right back. See you. Stay tuned.
I understand. Ooh, 18 seconds for Black, so not too much time there either. Rook c7. A7's falling.
It is. E4. He pushes the pawn. This is getting a little messy. Takes a knight f1.
Knight f3.
Like knight f3. King e4.
Knight e1.
Move.
Oh my gosh, 0.9 seconds when that move was played.
On b1. Move the rook.
I was going to say king c2 and run the king.
King
knight
e2,
g3.
knight d4. Takes it.
Was it?
Takes an a7. White's winning.
Oh my gosh.
Takes it right. Knight c2 was winning.
But there was checkmate in 1 for Black after knight takes g3.
Oh my god, that was me! And instead he played here, and he's now losing on time. When
my
knight c2 and a7 wins for White.
Oh my gosh.
Welcome back to the 2022 FIDE Women's Candidate. I'm Women FIDE Master Alessia Santera, and I'm joined by the amazing Women International Master Anna Maya Kazarian. And here we see the live feed of the most excited moment of the match between Alexandra Kosteniuk and Alexandra Goryachkina. What do you think? What is happening? There is tension on the air, Anna Maya.
Yes, both players are down to 16, 17 minutes on the clock. Now we're on move 27, and Alexandra Goryachkina played the move A4. As we were pointing out, it is one of the main ideas in this position. She's putting pressure on the queen side. And how does Alexandra Kosteniuk deal with this? I mean, she does have a lot of potential on the king side, but this attack on the queen side is much faster, and there's a direct attack on the b3 pawn. So that's something that Alexandra needs to deal with first. And the first move that comes to mind is to play queen c2. But if you have to play the move queen c2, it basically means you have to give up on the king side attack for the moment. And instead, rook ab1 has been played. Interesting, stepping out of the a file.
Yes, it's a very reasonable move. I liked your queen c2 too, because you were keeping also the rook on a file, so you were still fighting. Now potentially black has a chance to keep control over the a file, maybe by slowly double the rooks and then take on b3. Maybe then take on b3, then maybe a rook on a2. So this looks somehow dangerous. Also, one more option is to just keep attacking the b3 pawn with the move knight a5. There are so many options for black. And is the attack on the king side for white really a resource, or is it something that is not gonna lead to anything?
Yeah, it feels like it's just too slow. Black's attack on the queen side is so direct, and white doesn't have time simply to focus on the king side. There's so much tension on the queen side. So now we see the pawns being traded on b3. And look at this rook on a8. As you mentioned, you can simply double the rooks on the a file. Yeah, rook a3. I really like that.
I really like this multitasking move, just preparing the rook to be doubled, attacking the b3 pawn, and also, you know, you can attack one more time with the knight on a5, the pawn on b3, and honestly, how do you protect the pawn a third time? After rook a3, queen c2, okay, maybe queen b2 is the move that needs to be... no, queen b2 is not possible.
Yeah, you just take on b3.
b3.
So if queen c2, and
Knight
let's
a5.
say knight a5, yeah. What do? Do you have b4 maybe?
Yeah. Is b4 a move? Pawn takes?
Pawn takes. Yeah, you have this huge weakness on d3 still, but after c takes b4,
maybe you can take on d3 because you're attacking also the knight on e3.
Right, it becomes very tactical.
Very sharp. Also, you could consider to take with the queen first. So it's super unclear. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here, but this is bringing up a really interesting point in the position. And okay, we see that in the actual game, rook e8 has been played first, basically including this move to attack the pawn on d3 first, and after rook fd1. So it's quite a practical move, actually. I mean, obviously, rook b to d1 was not possible to defend this pawn because the pawn b3 is under attack. So rook fd1 was the only move to defend the pawn d3. But this way, you're forcing your opponent to step out of the f file with the rook. And this adds another layer to it, that you cannot start attacking with the white pieces on the king side. And yeah, you're making it more difficult for your opponent to do so. It takes so much time, and now with the rook on d1, on f1 at least it could support the attack in some way, but on d1 it will not be able to do that. So I have a feeling that the next move is going to be rook a3. What do you think?
I feel like that move is incoming, yes. And I agree with everything you've said. This is a very precise play by Alexandra Goryachkina, with the rook on d8 first, attacking the d3 pawn one more time. And she did really according to the book. You first improve all your pieces and you try to put as much pressure as you can on your opponent. And rook a3 is on the board attacking the b3 h3 pawn. After queen c2, the question is knight a5 winning a pawn? Or how is white gonna try to protect it? Could be knight c4 one idea, maybe?
Oh, knight c4, that's an interesting one. Yeah, I guess knight c4 is not so bad. I guess you have to be careful of moves like bishop g4. You're not losing material right away, but you have to keep an eye on such moves. So I guess knight to c4, what is going on? Because your rook is under attack, and you don't really want to take that knight. I feel like your bishop is way too strong for that. Perhaps a good way to start is bishop g4. I like this move, bishop g4. And the only way to defend yourself, I mean, you can step out with the queen, but I would prefer to play a move like knight f3. But yeah, actually, after knight f3, I'm seeing that you can play rook a2 if you want to.
I love it. Puzzle Rush. I've seen that you have done those.
Yeah, I did my puzzles, rook a2, and yeah, queen takes a2, you take on f3, and you're not winning right away, but you get so much out of this position. If we quickly look through this line, queen takes, bishop takes f3, king g1 takes. I mean, okay, I guess you want to take because there's not much going on the king side really, but after takes, and after e takes f4, g takes f4, suddenly there's queen g4, and you're actually losing the rook already. Oops. And yeah, that goes to show how important it is to have your pieces in good harmony. And it's clear that the white's pieces are not having this harmony whatsoever. And that's why this bishop g4 move is so dangerous. With the knight on h4, it's not supposed to be there. It's not doing there anything whatsoever. You want to have this knight placed on the battle square. Imagine if this knight on h4 was, let's say, on b5. It would change the position so much. But now it's on h4, not being able to put pressure on the king side. And yeah, it doesn't belong there. So that is causing a lot of problems for Alexandra Kosteniuk. So let's see what she decides to do here after the move rook a3. I'm guessing she's considering to play one of those moves, but it seems to me that queen c2 is the move she should play for.
Yeah, I think that's why she's taking some time here. We are at move 30. Both players have around 15 minutes on the clock. Now is the critical moment. How to defend the pawn on b3. Which move? And say again, which move do you think?
Queen c2. Yeah, I think queen c2 is the move that should be played. I feel uncomfortable allowing my opponent to play bishop g4, so I would want to keep my knight on e3 and simply play queen c2. But you do have to face the consequences. And
of knight a5.
Yeah, knight a5 is a worrying move, and there's so much pressure on all of those pawns. Because if one pawn moves, then the other pawn will be attacked, and it goes on and on. And maybe if we look into more depth of this position, queen c2, knight a5, after b4, you can even decide to take. And I was going to say that I want to retreat my knight and go to d4, but there's also moves like bishop b3. So you have to keep an eye on so many threats here. And I would say, since Alexandra Goryachkina has so many options, she can spend some time on deciding which one is best. But Alexandra Kosteniuk needs to figure out how to deal with this, because this is not a comfortable position to be in.
Yeah, I agree. Let's go one more time. Queen c2, knight a5. Does white have any other way to protect the pawn? Because I really don't like b4. I just see that there are so many options. And I mean, knight c4 again is one more option that we might consider. Attacking the knight and the rook at the same time, but is it enough? Because if bishop takes, we just take with the b pawn, and we are like, also can take with the other pawn, but okay, b pawn looks okay. And this could be, maybe we can maybe hold this position, but if not, what else? I'm really struggling. Maybe chat can help us find a possible protection, because I think this is incoming. I mean, it's a bad sign that Alexandra Kosteniuk is thinking here, because she doesn't see a direct way to solve all the problems of this position. So this is a clear sign that things are not going too well. And here we see our live feed board from Kyiv, Uzbekistan. We see both players at the board sitting. Goryachkina is always a bit staring at the position, a bit staring at the opponent. We know how she plays. Here we have the full screen of the cameras, and tension is real. I see Goryachkina is now looking at the board, but sooner or later she will stare at Alexandra one more time.
Yeah, she looks very
And now,
comfortable. Yeah, I saw it. I
and
see
now
it.
again. And now again.
Yeah, and we see Queen C2 actually on the board, and yeah, she seems so comfortable. She seems really invested with all her with her entire body invested in the game, and it's so beautiful to see how invested she is in the game. And yeah, she is also in a very comfortable position on the board, so it makes a lot of sense that she looks comfortable. But yeah, Queen C2, and will she go for the move Knight A5? It's bound to happen, the move Knight A5. She's spending some time on it, but I have a feeling that she's ready to play the move Knight A5.
Yeah, I think 50 seconds. I think for this kind of moves, it's okay to spend 50 seconds. It's very, very reasonable. But I mean, we didn't consider other moves. So, is there anything else on the book that can be played?
Yeah, it's really hard to say because you don't really have other moves. I mean, you do have moves like Rook D2 A8 to play Rook A2, but eventually you want to attack this pawn B3, and perhaps maybe Queen F7 actually. I just realized there's another way of attacking this pawn on B3. Maybe Queen F7 is slightly more accurate, so that you can almost always take on B3. And after Queen F7, the only move that comes to mind to defend this pawn is C4 or Knight C4. And we know that if C4 is played, this can never end well. Knight D4 and
or B4 also.
I would mentally resign if I was playing with the white pieces. I mean, I'm not resigning just yet, but mentally I've resigned.
I get it.
Yeah, so maybe Knight C4.
Yeah, maybe Knight C4. So Queen C7 seems like another very reasonable way to attack the pawn. Let's try to put Knight C4 on the board. Let's try to see if there is something that black can do immediately. Because taking on C4, how is this? Then B takes C4. Also D takes C4 is possible. Okay, wait a second. There is a move. We see it has been played.
B5 has been played. It's stopping Knight C4 altogether. She wants to prevent Knight C4, and it makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's not like white can immediately take action or defend the position easily. It's like you have to consider what's like Rook B2, I think, in order to defend the pawn now, and that looks really ugly.
I really like Anomaya. This move is like saying, I have no stress. I'm gonna attack that pawn on B3. You cannot move it. You cannot protect. Well, now, actually not even. I was thinking, okay, now white might have Rook B2, Rook B1, but you cannot leave the pawn on D3 hanging.
True.
So you cannot attack, protect the pawn one more time. I mean, Knight F1, Knight D2 is not possible either. So what to do here? The Knight on H4 cannot join the game as well because Knight F3, Knight D2 leaves the pawn on D3 hanging. So going back a few moves, the move of Goryachkina to play that Rook E8, just little small step, was very, very good for this current position because put lots of pressure. Now the D3 pawn is hanging, needs to be protected, and that will be a target also for the next move. So we can just jump back to the current position. Here we see how that sneaky move is so useful right now.
It's a small detail indeed, and look how much impact it has, as you're saying. It's wonderful, and that makes these players so strong. They know these little subtleties. They make the difference, and here you see it.
And the time is getting trickier. Tricky. 10 minutes on the clock for Alexandra Kosteniuk and 13 minutes for Goryachkina. It's very, very tense. I feel like that there is not it's not too funny to play for white here.
No, I would not want to play with white pieces here, not at all. Very unpleasant position. And besides the idea of stopping knight c4 with the move b5, I have a feeling that Alexander might be going for the move b4 as well, because we want to control the d4 square with our knight. And the only problem is that this pawn c3 is stopping us. So perhaps she is even considering to play b4 at some point, that after the pawn has moved, let's say c takes b4. Let's play a few moves on the board. Oh, actually, it's white's move, but let's say king g2. I don't know, a random move, b4, c takes, and let's say c takes. I don't know. You always have the square d4 available for your knight.
Yeah.
And it will be very difficult for white to deal with this. There will be so much pressure. And look at those poor 2 pawns on b3 and d3. They are the main targets of black, and they're so weak. And they're not even friends anymore. You know, the c pawn decided to not be there anymore, and captured the pawn on b4. But yeah, the friends they're not connected anymore, and that gives white a lot of problems. Yeah.
The friendship has been broken. And Anna Maya, if we can jump back to the current position, our chat is offering us a plan for white, a hope, at least. Max says f5 followed by g4. At least you die with dignity. So you try to organize a counterattack and be as fast as possible. I think like the idea is makes sense. You want to organize a counterattack. The only problem is that it seems very slow. F5, G4, G5, and then what's next? Even if you, let's say, you succeed to play F5, G4, G5, you take on G6. We can just show with arrows the next move. Yes. The G file is open, but how do you attack? I mean, what's next? It's still very hard. So G4, G5, G6 looks like already a bit better. But it's like lots of tempos, and in the meantime, black might have already captured 1 pawn, maybe taken control over the second rank, and your king is shaky.
Yeah, exactly. You simply don't have time for this. Black's attack is so strong on the queen side, and you just don't have time whatsoever to focus on the king side, because once your rook moves from the d file, who's going to defend the pawn d3? Queen takes d3, and you don't have time to focus on the king side because you have a big problem in the center. All of your pawns are disappearing. The pawn a4 will also be weak, and the pawn structure collapses. But yeah, what else can you do? And that's the problem. If you start focusing on the king side, you need pieces to attack there. And I have a feeling you're not going to get far with the attack. So that's why f5, it is a nice move and it looks really nice. You really want to play this, but it doesn't really do much. And you want to be able to put more pressure. But since you have so many problems, you don't have time for this.
Yes, and time is getting shorter and shorter. And there is a move on the board, Anna Maya, knight f3.
Knight f3 is played.
Yeah, chosen by Alexandra. So it's where is this knight going? Because we said the knight is not going to end on d2 because d3 would be hanging. So what to do? What to do next?
Yeah, maybe there is a chance. I mean, I'm trying to understand the move knight f3.
And it just says in chat that is stopping the knight to go to d4 in some lines. Yeah. So this could be an idea. But okay, queen f7 is on the board, attacking for the 3rd time the pawn on b3. And now, will that pawn be lost? Or will Alexandra Kosteniuk find an incredible way to protect it?
Yeah, I guess now you're able to play knight d2 because d3 is not under attack anymore, but it still feels very passive, and I feel like not only is the queen shifting to attack the pawn b3, look where the queen is heading, h5. And yeah, with those light squares being extremely weak on the king side, black being able to take on f4 any moment, maybe white should be the one that needs to be worried about the king side.
Yes, that seems scary indeed. And my coach told me a very important concept in chess. is that with just one weakness, you don't win the game. So once you attack one point, you are not opponent will defend it, and you're not gonna win the game. You win the game when you can set several threats at the same time. And so this queen f7 is one more time a multitasking move. Is the queen is heading also towards the king side. And so if you can create just a second target, then opponent will not be able to protect both both points at the same time, and you win the game. So it's the so-called concept of the double weakness. And you need to create two targets in order to win one of those. So maybe this is the reason behind, one of the reasons behind the move queen f7. And knight e2 is on the board. So now the pawn on b3 is attacked and protected 3 times. Knight a5 is still a possibility. That would attack it for the 4th time. I don't know. Black's position looks really exciting, I must say. And look at the bar. Look at the bar. It's really nearly whole black.
Yeah, the evaluation, the engine is very confident about Black's position. It makes perfect sense. I mean, look at the activity of the pieces. But what I'm really concerned of for White's position, look at this queen. Imagine if it enters on e2. That's like a nightmare to deal with, because once it gets to e2, your pawn on d3 is under attack, and I feel like once the queen gets to e2, White's position is falling apart. You cannot defend all of the pawns anymore, and they're all so weak. And yeah, I have a feeling queen h5 might just be played here. Obviously, you can stop queen e2 by playing rook e1, but I have a feeling this is not the direction you want to go to, because you want to keep defending this pawn d3. You want to keep defending your pawns, but at some point it will not be enough. So let's see what Alexandra Goryachkina plays here, because she has a lot of options. As you mentioned, knight a5 as well. The only worry I have here for knight a5 is that there might be moves like b4 in the air. Maybe you're allowing things to happen unnecessarily. If there's going to be a few trades on the board, this might benefit white to get some space and have less attack on the pawns going on. So yeah, I would say focusing on the king side would not be such a bad idea.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there are two approaches. Either you go, as you say, on the king side with queen h5, try to create a second target, or you say, I calculate it all. I play knight a5, I'm attacking the pawn. I see all the potential defenses like b4. And if the position after all the trades complications is better for black, I'm going for it. So it can be that, I mean, for sure, Goryachkina is considering the move knight a5 here and trying to be very, very, very precise and see what happens after b4. Now, the question is, will she play that move or not? This is the answer will be decided in the next few minutes, and it depends about what.
Okay, well, we did not consider this just yet. E takes f4 has been played, and yeah, I did mention this briefly, that Black always has the option to take here, and look whose king is now actually weak. I mean, is rook g1 gonna happen? It might happen in the next few moves, but how scared are we of these moves? This knight is blocking the queen from heading over to the king side, and that makes white's attack so much weaker than black's attack. Black has direct attacks on the d3 pawn, b3 pawn, and that's what white needs to look out for. But wait a second, f5, what is that move?
Wow, this is f5 is stopping forever the move f5 for white, but offers the possibility for white to go with e5 and create a pass protected pawn, which we know is an amazing long-term advantage for white. So this move might change a bit the character of the position, might give white some resources, but let's say, as you said, Anna Maya, the king on h1 after the move f5 looks even more weak. If e5 happens, then the diagonal, for example, bishop e5 can be exploited. And also the pawn on f4 is weak, and this position looks really, really hard. I like that Goryachkina didn't go like straight with an idea, but she is trying to create a second target, so as you suggested. And I don't know if this f5 is the most precise way to do that. but it seems definitely a very challenging way. And let's have a look at the time one more time.
Mhm.
Alexandra Kosteniuk has less than 7 minutes on the clock, and we are at move 34. This means that there are still 6 moves to go before you get an additional 30 minutes at move 40.
Yeah, 6 more moves. So, that's not the worst. I feel like, I mean, there is a lot of pressure, of course. I mean, one small mistake can be the end of it. And at least the players are not playing on the 30-second increment, because I've been there many times and it's not fun. The most crazy blunders can happen in such situations. So at least the players have some time to spend. And if they spend, for example, now a few minutes on their move, at least they will only remain like a few moves to get to move 40. So they've played so many moves already, and that gives them a lot of more freedom, I would say, regarding their time control. So let's see what Kosteniuk will decide to do here, because after f5, I mean, what comes to mind is maybe there is a possibility of taking the pawn f5, because what I want is to get rid of this bishop. I don't want to deal with this bishop, so if after e takes f5, bishop takes, I am gladly taking this bishop, because the queen takes, and you might think that, okay, there's a lot of pressure on those pawns, not sure what is going on, but I'm a little bit afraid that white can suddenly play knight to e4. And I don't care about this pawn f4, because I'm going to take the pawn on c5. And look who is becoming more and more active. The white pieces are becoming more active. And still, you might say that the king on h1 is very weak, but without the light squared bishop, it feels like white can easily consolidate, and suddenly there's no pressure on this pawn b3. So this becomes really difficult for black to deal with, and white might be able to come back from this. And as we see, e takes f5 has been played by Alexandra Kosteniuk, and we might see this line actually happen on the board.
Yeah, I think you showed an amazing line there, and it shows one very important chess concept. The best defense is the counterattack. So after bishop takes, knight takes, and bishop takes is also played on the board right now. And then white might defend the pawn on f4 by counterattacking the pawn on c5. And when you can do those kind of moves, then things are going to be better for you. I really like the move, and I think we are going straight away there. And this might be that Alexandra Kosteniuk is coming back from a very, very hard position where she was really, really close to lose one pawn, but she managed to come back. I like the knight on e4 already on the board. She saw this line and she went for it, and now she can breathe. And there are just a few more moves before move 40. How do we reevaluate this position?
Yeah, I mean, I would say I would actually, this might surprise you, but I would want to pick the white pieces for the simple reason that, let's say the pawn on f4 will be captured and knight takes c5. White will be the one that can create a passed pawn. Creating a passed pawn with the black pieces will be very difficult, because that would mean you have to advance your pawns in front of your king, and that will be much more difficult because you're exposed to all sorts of attacks. Whereas white's king, it looks very weak, but in reality, I don't see any sort of attack from black. You can always play queen g2, you can always play rook g1, and then I'm the one putting pressure on your king. And yeah, it feels like white's pieces are just so much more active. You can play move d4, and you can trade some rooks here and there, and it becomes hard to see how black can actually improve the position now. And it feels like white is simply improving the position and, yeah, making it very difficult for black. So I would really love to take the white pieces here. I might still be worse, but it's hard to see where the chances are in black's position now.
I agree with you with the fact that those pawns, once f4 is taken and c5 is taken, we can maybe show these moves. Then white has the possibility to create a pass pawn on a faraway pass pawn, long term, of course. But as soon as the queens and the rooks are on the board, I prefer black, because just the king on h1 is still more exposed. If the knight from c6 managed to get to g4, and then I see really problem. And I see some problems for black. Also, let's not forget that the rooks might be doubled on the a file, and then a rook on a2 can be played. So this position, of course, when you have a king on h2, you're having some risks. So white needs to be careful. And on the other side, as you said, there are queen g2, rook g1. It seems like is able to cover the threats. So it should be a balanced position with opportunities for both sides. I have the feeling that as soon as the queens and the rooks are on the board, like he's a bit better. But the endgame would be very nice, of course. The knight endgames, for example, would be a great success for white, considering the position we had a few moves before.
Right, I absolutely agree with you. With the queens on the board, black can still press on white's king and can be the one leading the game here. But as soon as the queens are off the board, it will be much harder for black to make something happen here. So yeah, it's as simple as white wants to trade the queens and black doesn't. So obviously black will not allow this very easily, but yeah, white needs to play very precisely still. And yeah, we'll see what's going to happen, because now Alexandra Goryachkina is spending some time after move knight e4. We're currently on move 37, so 3 more moves basically until move 40. And those who are just tuning in, after move 40, the players get 30 minutes added to their clock. And every single move, no matter what, they get 30 seconds increments. So every single move, they get 30 seconds extra on their clock. So that's one of the reasons why you have to keep writing your moves. You can see them on the screen where they have their notation sheet, and every single move they're writing down their moves. So it's really nice to be able to write down your moves so that you have time for it. But it's also very useful because I mean, we do have the live board transmission, so we can see the moves, and I mean, we even have the cameras. But it's always nice to have your own notation sheet.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes to-be is very useful also in cases of threefold repetition. So we are able to check if a position actually occurred already 3 times, just going through the latest moves. Anna-Maja, I think this position actually a bit stabilized. We're gonna face an endgame, a very interesting endgame. So maybe we should move on to the other game where maybe we didn't know what happened. So I want to know what is going on there. And here we go. Oh,
yeah, let's have a
look.
Let's have a look at, so we have the bird's eye view right here where you can see both games at the same time, as well as the camera feed of both games. And yeah, I'm seeing in the game of Tan Zhongyi and Katerina Lagno that a lot of pieces have been traded off. It seems like, let's have a quick look regarding the time situation. The players are still haven't reached move 40 yet, but they are around 4 to 6 minutes. The position looks extremely stabilized.
Changed.
Yeah, it has changed a lot compared to last time we tuned in right here. So yeah, but yeah, it looks really balanced. I don't actually see either side being able to attack here, but let's quickly look how this game developed since we left off. I believe we left off around bishop d6, knight to e2. This is the moment that we left off, and a lot of moves have happened in the meantime. So let's quickly go through this game to see what happened and how it came all down to the rook and bishop on the board. So bishop b4 was played, rook c1, rook c8, then queen a4. So white was pressing on this pawn on c6. All right, that's very logical. Queen b6, queen c2, c5. So Katerina managed to get the c5 move after all the moves that you mentioned. And yeah, it's surprisingly enough, Tan did not take it. You would expect Tan to take here for the simple reason to play against the isolated queen pawn, but she played rook d to d1, attacking the knight on f5. Okay.
Can we try to see what happens after shortly after d takes c5?
Of course.
Just to try to understand, because there is a pawn hanging, so it feels strange.
Right. I'm guessing rook takes c5.
Oh, and then the pawn on d5 is also protected. Yeah, this might be. This might be the reason. Yeah. Also, bishop takes is possible because you might have some discovery checks. So some discovery. Oh, the engine really punished me.
I guess rook c3 is a problem, and suddenly your bishop is not defendable. It's crazy, but yeah, that is part of the problem.
unfortunately. But rook
Yeah.
takes looks really, really the move to play, and probably soon black will be able also to play the move d4. Still not yet, but soon that is the move to play that would fully equalize the position and
Right.
lead towards an equal endgame. But let's see how the game went on after c5, rook d1.
Yeah, so attacking the knight on f5, queen e6, takes it. Now the pawn was captured. Same idea, basically. And here we see some trades, bishop h2. Very interesting move to put the bishop back. And it seems like it's making space for the knight to jump to f4. And suddenly this pawn d5 will become a huge problem. Queen e4 was played, takes, and that's how we ended up in this equal position. I make a few more moves because that's what happened in the game, and this is the current position. G4 has played just now, and we are in a rook end game, and we know from rook end games, most rook end games are drawn. However, there's also quite a few rook end games that are supposed to be drawn but are lost.
Yes, but I think here we are in the case where we have that the type of rook hand games where the game might end up sooner or later in a draw. White is right now a bit more passive because simply there is a rook on b4 attacking the b2 pawn, and the white rook is in a defensive position. But at any point, white can just play the move rook d5, going for the counterattack. But there is no really rush for it because the rook on d2 is also cutting off the king to join the game. And so I don't really see a way for black to progress, to make progress in this position. So it feels like players are playing a few more moves, but this game might end up very, very soon.
Right, and we're just being told that the players cannot offer a draw before move 40. So up until this point, basically, the players are not able to offer a draw. They have to play until the 40th move if they really want to offer a draw. So yeah, that gives the players some space, some room to be creative because they cannot just go for a draw like that. And now we're at move 40 after king g2. So
And then shake.
Okay, there we go. They
and
did agree.
shake.
There we go. As
Yes.
soon as move 40 happened, they agreed to a draw. And it makes sense because there's just not so much going on in his position. It's very balanced. And you cannot make progress on either side of the board. So it makes sense.
No, I totally agree. Also from the how they were communicating, how they were sitting. I saw Tan doing this movement. It seems like she knows already the results of the game, and they were waiting for this move. They don't want to play anymore this boring rook count game where they know exactly that things are going to happen. So draw is agreed, and now the arbiter is there taking the spreadsheets, and yep, here we go.
Yep, the players are signing their notation sheets to confirm the results. And I always like that process. I never like the process of waiting for an arbiter because in this event, obviously, there's only 2 games, so there's one arbiter around that can help you to complete the result and everything. But in European World Youth events, I always remember how you have to raise up your arm to look for an arbiter, and it was always pretty stressful. Where is the arbiter? Why are they not here? Why are they not looking at me? Yep.
Yeah, I felt like being at school, at the youth tournaments, just there for 5 minutes until you don't stand up and go to call an arbiter. I finished my game.
Yeah, exactly. And on the bird's eye view, we now see 2 empty chairs. The players have left the playing hall, and we have one more game left. Let's tune in this game and see what happened because Alessia, the pawn on f4, has not been captured. It's been attacked still, but it's not captured just yet. So let's have a look what is going on in this game between Alexander Kosteniuk and Alexandra Goryachkina. Knight g6 has been played. Okay, so we left off after knight e4, knight e7 was played, and after queen f2, knight g6. So white is putting pressure on the pawn on c5, black putting pressure on the pawn on f4. What do we make of this position? Let's have a look.
Yeah, it's okay. Just a move has been played. The pawn on c5 was taken, so we're really leading towards an endgame. There are different opportunities now for black. Black might take the queen on c5 and then take the pawn on f4. Might take the pawn. Oh, there is a rook hanging on a3, so black is not going to take the pawn on f4 with the queen. So maybe we're really simplifying the position. Let's
Right.
evaluate. After queen takes c5, knight takes c5, knight takes f4. How is this endgame? We said that white is maybe slightly better because has the possibility to create a pass pawn on queen side, so to play maybe a move like d4 here. But also, I mean, I think this is a very balanced position. Black has not really a problem, can play like knight d5, attacking the pawn on c3. But honestly, considering the position a few moves ago, I think this is a huge success for Alexandra Kosteniuk. Just an amazing outcome out of that mess position. Very hard. Very hard times
absolutely. I mean, queen takes c5. Okay, we see that the queens have now been traded off the board. And as we saw earlier, Alexandra's position, Alexandra Kosteniuk. We have two Alexandras here, so we always need to specify which Alexandra we're talking about. But Alexandra Kosteniuk had a really tough situation. If we go back to a few moves earlier to illustrate how the position looked like, look at Black's position and like White's position. It doesn't look so great. White's perspective, we see that the pieces are very, very behind, passive, and they're just defending. Whereas Black's pieces are all active. B3, D3, there's so much going on. And now we're in this position, and that is a world of a difference. Suddenly, Black's activity is gone. I mean, the pieces are still active, but they're not really that meaningful anymore, because at the same time, White got a knight to c5, the rooks are doing their job and just standing there, and by trading pieces, you also trade those pieces that attack you. And I think the key moment was when Alexandra Goryachkina played the move f5. Because this was when she lost the light square bishop that was of such importance, and it made her lose the advantage. So that goes to show you have to be really precise here and evaluate the position properly, because you basically lost the light square bishop, and now there's no more activity. You allow your opponent to become active. Knight e4 was played, and all of a sudden we are in this position, and this looks pretty drawish. But I would say I would play on for a couple of moves still. They did reach move 40.
I think you pictured what happened in a brilliant way. Goryachkina was on the driving seats, and now she's not happy with this endgame. Look at their body language. Now she's just standing on the back, crossing her arms, and she's not happy about what happened. She knew that she had a very nice chance opportunity there, and now she looks at the current position and she says, oh, what have I done? I mean, why? It's not you feel like that you wasted a great opportunity, and we know how hard it is to win a game of chess at high level. So once you have a great opportunity like the one that today Goryachkina had, it was like very, very, very hard. Now she's leaving the board. She doesn't even want to see the board anymore. Just say, I'm done.
The chair can play the next two moves. It's fine.
Yes, chair can play.
Yeah, but absolutely. I mean, we chess players, we know we make mistakes, and we may not know precisely what we did wrong, but we do realize when we go from a really strong position, really good position, to a position that looks, not so winning anymore, not as great anymore. And I'm pretty sure Alexandra is also realizing this, that her position with the black pieces, it looked really nicely and there was so much going on, but all of a sudden it's like, the position was very dusty, and suddenly it's very clear now, and there's nothing going on. It's just equal end game.
Yeah, I think Alexandra went to call a taxi to come back to the hotel, because she knows that of course, I'm kidding about this. You cannot call anybody. But she feels like the game might come to an end soon because there are 40 moves. But honestly, I don't think this is going to happen soon. I think they are all there to fight, and this endgame is still rich of opportunities. Let's see some. I mean, knight on h3, knight f2 is one. Rook a2. And the pawn on d3 is still a target, and the pawn b3, c3, d3 are not so stable still. I mean, still they can be attacked by the knight in different ways, by the rooks. So it's still like, oh my god, is the time like 5 seconds? Is this really like Oh yeah, because now you can let
They
your
reach
time
move
run.
40.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, they got 30 minutes added to the clock. I can't tell actually. I believe looking at the clock, so it seems like as soon as the clock runs out, they get 30 minutes added to the clock. But they reached move 40, so they definitely do get the time added to the clock of 30 minutes. But sometimes it happens that as you press the clock and it's move 40, they add their time to the clock right away, but sometimes it only happens after clock runs out, and then you have to decide.
Look the screen, look at the screen. There are 5
3
seconds.
seconds, okay.
And now you see what happens to the time.
There we go.
Suddenly, no flag. No flag,
Mhm.
but there are the 30 seconds. This is what happened. You know, a few years before, there was like the time was automatically added at move 40, but
Yeah.
now they like you to make it like heartbreaking for the players, because you are always thinking, oh my god, is this really move 40? Can I let my time go? Because I mean, it's scary to let your time just run to 0 and then you get
Yeah.
magically 30 more seconds. So hopefully you wrote your moves in the right way. You really move 40,
Yeah.
because nobody's confirming you that. I mean, it's not that arbiter says, yeah, sure, let your time run. No, you have to write the moves in the right way and to know when you get to move 40. Nobody's telling you you're gonna get your time run out at the right moment. Do you think
Exactly.
somebody did ever lose a game thinking they were at move 40 and they weren't?
I'm pretty sure. I've played against countless people that were writing in such a way that, I mean, I couldn't tell anything from their score sheet. And, you know, I have this personally that I don't trust my own score sheet. I look at my opponents and like, okay, they reached move 40, then we reached move 40. And I actually talked to Dina Belenkaya about this. When we played against each other, we were both in time trouble, and then we reached move 40. And I was talking about how I look at my opponent's score sheet, and she told me like, oh, I was looking at your score sheet to confirm the move 40 as well. So we trust our opponents more in this situation than ourselves. But obviously, I mean, if we see that both players are on move 40 in their score sheets, on the notation sheets, then we're sure that our opponent's not going to claim suddenly a win out of nowhere. It's very scary, and I often want to be the one that is not flagging. So I give my opponent some time, like you can flag and we'll see what happens when the clock runs out. But I actually had one experience, and I'm still very upset about this, that there was no 30 minutes added to my clock. And I thought it was, but there wasn't. So I had a rook and my opponent had bishop, and it was like such an end game. I probably could not win it, but it was at least a draw, right? Like there's no way you can lose with a rook versus bishop. And I flagged because I was like, move 40, it's fine. And then my opponent was like, yeah, you flagged, and that's it. And yeah, that was heartbreaking. But it goes to show you need to know your rules well. You need to know it well.
Yeah, absolutely.
You live and you learn.
Yes. So 2 recommendation to everyone that is watching: make sure you know what the actual time control is. Sometimes there are classical tournaments where there is a 40 minutes increment at a 30 minutes increment at move 40, but there are also tournaments, especially double rounds, where there is no increment at move 40. So please be careful, don't do the Anna Maya gambit, and make sure not to lose on time at move 40. And,
okay, yeah.
Yes, do that. And also double check always with the score sheet of your opponent to make sure that you are actually at move 40. So please, let's not get flagged in such epic ways.
Yeah, luckily the chat is also pointing out another instance of Magnus Carlsen, the current world champion, that also didn't know the time control and simply flagged on move 39 or something. And yeah, that happens.
Okay. Anna Maya, you know what? Let's look at this position on the board. Let's look at the players. There is just one player on the board, and is the one that... Oh, no. Both players are...
She just teleported on the board?
Yeah, she just teleported on the board. Yes, I think she teleported. She has some special techniques. This is the live position. The end game is super excited, but look at the time. 27 minutes versus 31 minutes. The pressure is on Alexandra Goryachkina to make a move and to find a way to try to still find some resources in this position. This is the 2022 FIDE Candidates Tournament. We will back in a bit after a short break.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Breaking news, we are back with the 2022 women's candidates, and here we have results on the board. You saw the handshake, the arbiter is there, and the game ended up in a draw. As we were discussing before, there is clearly the pressure after move 40, because after move 40, you can decide to go for a draw, and this is what is happening. So I think the player didn't feel like there was much more of a fight. There was one more move played by Alexandra Kosteniuk, a rook move, opening a rook trade, and then the opponent said, okay, it's better to go home, to shake hands, and to go prepare the next game. Because let's remind everybody, this is a long match. It's a match of 4 games, and still there are 3 games to go on. We were today just at game 1, and they need to be ready for the next games. Anna-Maya!
I completely missed what happened. The players thought it was a great idea to end the game as I went to the bathroom. What a timing. But did they simply shake hands here?
Yes, they played one more move and then the game ended up in a draw. So here we are. These are the final results. So what could have predicted? 2 games, 2 draws. This never happens to high-level chess. No, Anna-Maya?
Yeah, absolutely. Never happens. No, honestly, the games are really exciting. So it's rather surprising to see both games end in a draw, given how exciting they were from the very start. They were building up this suspense, and then suddenly it's a draw. And I feel like Alexandra Kosteniuk really got away with this draw here. She was in a very tough position. Alexandra Goryachkina was simply winning, had a winning position, but it was not so easy to convert it. And that goes to show, you see the engine bar saying it's completely winning for one side, but you still have to make those precise moves. And that's not so easy.
Anna Maya, can we explain, looking at the final position of the game, why did this game end in a draw?
Yeah, so let's have a look. Rook A1 was placed, simply offering a trade, and you're pretty much forced to accept this trade. And the problem here is that you can't really take this pawn, because if you do so, you're gonna lose this knight, and if you take this knight back, then you're back rank checkmated. So this pawn is not hanging on d3. But what else is going on? So you have to start by either activating the king. I think king jade will be a good idea. You can also play h6 or g6, but king jade feels more safe because you want to develop this king because it's an end game, and you want to bring your king to the center here. But there's simply not much going on. The pawns are loose. All of those pawns feel very loose, and it doesn't feel like either side can make any progress here. White can consider attacking those pawns on the queen side, whereas black is simply attacking this pawn, and then if this pawn falls, then this pawn falls. Imagine if white plays d4 here, then knight e2, and this pawn will also get lost. So the pawns will just simply drop one by one, and it will be much easier to go for the draw here.
Yes, absolutely. And more pawns leaves the board, and the easier and the more clear it is. And so that's why players decided to agree on a draw here, and to rather go rest instead of playing maybe for an hours for just exchanging a couple of pawns and make a draw a few moves later. And this makes perfectly sense. Let's go shortly to see the official results of today. We have two boards, and here we see that was in both game. There was a draw. Katerina Lagno drew against Tan Zhongji, and Goryachkina drew against Alexandra Kosteniuk. But there are still 4 more games to go, so this is it's gonna be lots of fights. And let's remind everybody one more time about the bracket. So what is the structure of this event? Because it's very important to know that here we are at the quarterfinals, but there is more of that. So we are in the Pool B. The Pool A was already played, and the winner of Pool A will challenge the winner of Pool B, and one of the two will be the candidate to challenge the current world champion. So right now we are in Pool B. We have already the winner of Pool A, Lei Tingqi, and who it's gonna be very exciting the next 3 days, no, Anna Maya?
Exactly. We have 3 more games in the 2 matches, basically. And the winners of those matches will be facing each other to determine who will be playing the winner of Pool A. So a lot of excitement ahead of us. Today we already saw 2 exciting games. Before we head off, let's talk about the Speed Chess Championship, because the Speed Chess Championship has begun. 2 exciting qualifier rounds brought David Paravian and Alexander Grishuk into this incredible field of the world's top speed chess players, like Chess.com global champion Wesley So, Fischer Random champion Hikaru Nakamura, world champion Magnus Carlsen, and a handful of world champion contenders. But only one can be the 2022 Speed Chess Champion. Twitch.tv/chess has it all. Throw !SCC in the chat for more information, everyone. A very exciting event. We already saw 2 matches in the Speed Chess Championship, and there was already an upset. There was already an upset yesterday. We had Yanni Pomniachtchi playing against Maxime Faché-Lagrave, and MVL took home the win with a very convincing score. So make sure to tune into those matches as well, guys. For now, we are signing off here. It was a pleasure commentating with you, Alessia. It was our first time commentating together, and for me, it was the first time commentating on a classical event, and it was a pleasure commentating with you.
Also for me, it was really smooth. We had fun, and also for me, the first time to commentate on a. Oh well, not true. The Olympiad too. But there were so many games that there was so much action. But it was fun. I really enjoyed your stories about being flight at move 40. It was exciting. But as you said, we have lots of days ahead. So we are still at the first game of the fourth. So we will be having lots of fun. I want to thank our audience for watching, for being engaged in the games. It was really lots of fun. And one more time, thanks for watching. Thank you, Anna Maya.
Thank you.
This is the 2022 FIDE Women's Calendar. This one is going to an end. Thank you for watching and see you tomorrow.
See you guys.